kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go for the next 5 hours. It is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here on Westwood One Sports. Cordell in for Austin Huff. You and I have done a couple shows together. I remember, I think the first one we did was back when we thought Max Crosby was a member of the Baltimore Ravens, right? I believe that's what happened. Isn't it the last time you and I did this show?
I think it is. What a crazy weekend that was. And it feels like it was just yesterday, but that was a couple of months ago, man. And now we're even closer to the start of the NFL season. Training camp's underway in less than 2 weeks. So, yeah, man, it's crazy how quickly time flies.
No question. Yeah, no question about it. I just got in late last night from a trip down in the Dominican Republic. I want to talk about that during the list. We do a list each and every week on the show, stuff that we've witnessed, stuff that bugs us, sports, non-sports. We build out a list. We'll get to that a little bit later on this hour. Don't forget, you guys can interact over on our video stream on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Producers keeping an eye on the chat over there, and you can also, of course, take part on the show via the call and text line 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. So, yeah, we'll get to some NFL. We're starting our divisional previews. We had the AFC West last week. We'll get to the NFC West coming up next hour as well. We'll also mix in some guests, including a little college football, because media days are happening across college football, depending on what conference you in particular have a team that you root for. But we have to start, Cordell, with the World Cup, man. After a month of unbelievable stories and fanfare across the country, across the globe, really, we get to the finals tomorrow, and then we, of course, have a third-place game going on later on this afternoon. But Argentina and Spain, we get that tomorrow up in New Jersey, New York area. I know there was some concern with the air quality with the wildfires up in Canada, and they were meeting about that. But by all accounts now, it seems like they're moving ahead with that. I don't really know if they have much of a choice in terms of a lot of these World Cup venues already cut up the grass that they installed, and we'll get to that even in just a bit. But this is Messi. This is Yamal. You've seen the stories and the photos circulating about Messi holding a very young Yamal way back 15 plus years ago or whatever it was at this point in time. Is this matchup, like, I don't know how big of a soccer guy you are, but is this the matchup that you wanted? We had Argentina-France a couple years ago in the last World Cup, and we almost got that again, but Argentina seems to be the cardiac kids.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably more of the casual fan than anything, but I do enjoy these international tournaments, the World Cup. Everybody puts their eyes on it, especially with it being here in the United States on U.S. soil. It's exposed itself to a lot of people that generally probably don't watch a lot of soccer. But for me, I didn't, I obviously I want to see the stars, so I'm not going to complain about Messi being back in the final again. And it's such a crazy storybook situation with them going for a repeat, but also just how they got here. I mean, the late match heroics from this team, they just never are out of it. And I saw the stat that Fox put up in the semifinal game of Argentina, where they had said that Argentina led the World Cup in goals scored after the 75th minute. So they have become kind of like that team that you can't turn off because you just don't know when the game's over. And Messi just showing brilliance in every way, shape, or form. You want to keep him from scoring. All right, he'll just go get 2 assists. It's not working for him in the middle of the field. Okay, they'll put him out wide, and he'll make an impact there. So I like the chess match that we've seen. Argentina has found multiple ways to get here. In Spain, they have just been the juggernaut. They have been kind of like that 2000 Ravens defense, if I want to compare it to American football. But they have just been the team that no other team has been able to kind of compete with when you talk about full units. This is a complete team in Spain. So I'm excited to see the star, the GOAT, Messi go up against the complete unit in Spain in this one. And really even the third place game today is a star-studded affair. So I think this is exactly what FIFA was looking for. They still have their stars in this. They have still have a couple of great teams, even in the third place game. I think there are going to be a lot of eyes on both of these games over the weekend.
Yeah, the biggest names, the biggest stars have delivered throughout this entire tournament. And we'll get to the third place match because I think it's interesting just how we approach third place and yet, in America versus on the global stage and the intrigue going with a third place match compared to a final. But I think you're 100% right, man, on Spain. They have probably not been talked about enough throughout this entire tournament. They've been the most dominant, impressive team start to finish. I know people were a little nervous in the draw that they had against Cape Verde, but you go back and see what they were able to do to me against France. That was as impressive as a win as anybody had in this entire tournament to shut down Mbappe and company, and that attacking unit that France, of course, possesses was so impressive. I thought France was going to win this whole thing. I thought Mbappe and company would break through. Of course, that's not the case. They're playing in a third place match today. But Argentina, it is the comparisons that we make to American football for obvious reasons. But that player that you just don't want to see late, that you think you got them, and then they come back and ultimately rip your heart out. And that's obviously what Messi has done throughout his career. It's what he's done in this entire tournament. This time around, it was the cross late that set up the header. That was sensational. I'll tell you, I was watching, obviously, out of the country, but it was very neat to see. The resort that we were at was probably, 60 to 65% either Dominicans or just other Latin American countries, right? There was maybe only 10% of the people at the resort like that were American. The other makeup was maybe some Europeans or whatever. And I bring that up because they set up this giant watch party for Argentina in England. And so you had like this small group rooting for England in the corner, okay? And then there was another section that was all Argentina fans. And it was one of the coolest things that I had seen, the passion that their fans have. I mean, they were taunting some people afterwards. But what I did learn, and people over in the chat can maybe tell me about this, is the other countries in Latin America, they do not like, in South America as well, they do not like Argentina. So they were actually rooting for England, and then there was just the group that was rooting for Argentina. And it kind of reminds me of how, hey, when the Patriots were winning all the time, people couldn't stand them. The Chiefs started winning. People couldn't stand them. Argentina's going for back-to-back. I would imagine, unless you are a fan of Argentina or from there, of course, maybe you're making a bet. We'll get to the betting angles in a second over at BetMGM. But I feel like that's where Argentina is at. Everybody's rooting for Spain tomorrow if you're not somebody that has ties to Messi or whatever.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like a lot of my soccer friends, when I talk to them, they were not rooting for Argentina against England, that's for sure. And so they're putting a lot of their eggs into the Spain basket right now to kind of take down the big bad wolf. I mean, that's just synonymous all over the sports world. Nobody wants to see anybody win too much, I think is the case. And but at least with Argentina, I think a lot of the casual fans probably will side with Argentina just because they have the immediate name that they can recognize with Messi. So I think both sides will definitely have their fair share of fans for sure. For me personally, I'm just hoping that it's a good game. I'm expecting Spain to win this one, but I'd like to see Argentina maybe keep a little bit of that magic that they've had, make it a closer game than a lot of people are expecting. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull together another comeback in the 80th minute or something like that, but I won't put it past them. They have made it so that I'm preparing myself to watch the entirety of that game, no matter what the score is.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know if they can get away with needing a late comeback against a squad like Spain. I don't know if Spain will make the same mistakes that England, for example, made late. And so it does feel like this is one of those where Argentina likely would have to get up early. Maybe they take the early 1-0 lead or something like that in order to win. But I'll tell you, when we are talking about one of the GOATs in sports history, and there's no question Messi is that, anytime I can get plus 255, which is the money line currently over at BetMGM, to win in 90, by the way. Now, if you want to cover yourself just in case you think we get to extra time or PKs or something like that, just to win it, no matter the timing, Argentina plus 130. The fact I'm getting plus money or even plus 255 on Messi, like that is intriguing to me. I mean, it's like me telling you that back in the day, I got Tom Brady at plus money in a Super Bowl or Patrick Mahomes at plus money in a Super Bowl. I mean, from a betting angle, that's usually where I would go. But I'm with you that the consensus does seem to be that Spain is clearly the better team, and I don't even really disagree. They've been more impressive, and that the clock's going to strike midnight here on Argentina. But man, it's it's tempting to see that kind of odds that I can get right now on Messi in Argentina.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that you can get a chance to get one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world at this point, he is. You at plus money, like you said, you jump on it, and that's to me what it is. I feel like a lot of the public is going to lean on Spain, and I haven't checked to see, at least this morning to see where the numbers are kind of flooding in at, but I would imagine it's a lot of money coming in on Spain. So yeah, I like to kind of sometimes fade the public. And in this case, it's not the scariest thing in the world to me to side with Argentina. I do typically believe in teams of destiny, and I feel like that's what they are. Now, sometimes, like you said, that clock strikes 12 on Cinderella, and when that shoe drops, man, it drops heavy. Like it could get ugly. So I'm intrigued to see what this looks like. I haven't decided necessarily where I'm going yet if I do decide to bet on this game. But for watching purposes, I really just want to see this World Cup come to a really good ending. I feel like the tournament itself has been really good, has been watchable, has been intriguing and fun up until this point, and really competitive, honestly. So I'm hoping that the finals can kind of deliver on what the tournament as a whole has given us to this point.
Right. Yeah, no, it's been sensational. I think it's been a wild success here in the United States. It's why they're already talking about 2038 bringing it back to the U.S. because it's been such a hit here. We all know that the TV ratings have been top notch, even with the U.S. men's national team losing maybe a game earlier than people were hoping for with that really disappointing exit against Belgium. One final thing on this game, I'll say, and then we can get into the third place match for a second. The other intriguing part, I have not made this bet either, in fairness, so full disclosure, but I'm thinking about it, and that is the total over at BetMGM of 2.5. If I were to look at the goal market here, the totals, I should say, over is plus 126, over 2.5, under minus 159. I think, either way, the only bet that I would make if I'm making one on the total is the over at plus 126. That this is, even if you think Argentina's not winning, but is this a 2-1 type of match? I could see something like that where it's Spain 2-1. I would be surprised if this is 1-0. I just think you can get to 3 goals in this particular match. I haven't looked back, and I need to do more research on final history and what are the trends there and typically how these games are played. But knowing, A, what Argentina is capable of doing late, but also, B, how impressive Spain has been themselves and what they just did to France, I think this could be a little higher scoring match.
No, I'm right there with you. I feel like 3 is kind of that sweet spot as well. I feel like that's the bar, and I trust that these two teams can get there. 2-1 is kind of floated in my mind as well. And who knows? It's been some crazy stuff to happen in extra time here in this tournament, so you just never know. But I would be surprised if it's one of those 1-0 or 2-0 types of games. I do think Argentina will find a way to at least get one on the board. So yeah, I think it'll be competitive. I'm thinking the over. If I do bet on anything, I'm right there with you. I probably will go with the over as opposed to a money line bet. But yeah, I think both of these teams should be able to put the ball in the net a little bit.
Later on today, we do get the third place match with France and England, which is, in terms of just firepower and everything, is a hell of a matchup for a third place game. I always think it's interesting, though, as I said, in America, though, and how we view like a third place match. Other than the Olympics and the World Cup, right? We don't really do this. This is just not what, globally they do, but we don't do that here. Do you still have the intrigue for this? Because I'm going to watch this afternoon, but it is still a weird feeling for me. Like you're settling for third place. Now there's a massive difference in money too. I think $29 million, whichever club wins gets. I think it's 25 or 26 million maybe for the team that finishes fourth in this particular World Cup.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that makes being a third or fourth place finisher pretty good. Then at that point, that's the difference between there in America. But yeah, I mean, I'm like you said, here in America, third place. If you're finishing anything outside of first, you really don't get a ton of respect in professional sports. Like, how many runner-ups do we talk about? How many Super Bowl losers do we still give credit to? Or finals losers do we give credit to? So it's not our thing necessarily, but I think in this case, in this third place game, is going to bode well for FIFA because of the two teams that they have playing in this game. I think when you have the stars that they have, there's going to be a level of intrigue. I think the stands are going to be packed out in Miami for this game. I think they want to see these two teams, and obviously for the teams, it's disappointing to be competing for third place without a doubt. But you're still talking about going up against a really good team, whether you're France or England. You're still going to have a lot of eyes on this game. And you just mentioned the money. I mean, there's plenty to play for in this one. I'm curious to see how long they let guys like Mbappe and, a lot of the big stars play in this game. I'm curious to see how much they play. But overall, like, I'm expecting this to be a competitive matchup and probably another one that ends up going pretty high. And it looks like Vegas feels the same way with that total at 3.5.
Yeah, very high total, open, maybe wide open game. And you're right, there's still a sense of pride, not only for your country, but you go and you win the World Cup still on a winning note. Other than winning it all, the only other team that can finish with a win at the end of the tournament, as their last game, it could be whoever gets third place. So I guess there is something for that as well in this deal. And I'll tell you, look, if the United States ever made it to a third place match, we'd act like it was the dang Super Bowl and it was the best result ever. So that's, I guess, for me, what's different, just the expectations. We know the expectation for France after 4 years ago losing and being the runner-up was to win the thing this year. For England, it's always about trying to win the whole thing. So that's what's unique. If this was I don't know, England and Belgium, England, United States, or just a country that is, middle of the pack, 15th or worse in terms of FIFA ranking, I think this would be viewed as a much bigger success finishing third. For neither one of these countries, I don't think deep down are going back home feeling like they had a successful World Cup necessarily. Mm-hmm. And it's just because of the expectation with these two powers in soccer as well. But we'll talk more about it a little bit later on. We'll have a guest join us from Miami, actually, the site, as you said, for this third place game. Up next, though, the scene at the World Cup and specifically the playing surface has now caught the attention even more from the NFL, specifically the NFL players. I want to talk about the push from players right now to put some pressure on the NFL owners. We'll get into that next year on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Gonzalez in for Alexis McAllister. Off the pole, second time today. And Spence beats Messi to the loose ball. Still in. Spence might be hurt. Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Oh, there it is. Lautaro Martinez. Stoppage time. Go ahead goal for Argentina.
That, of course, was Messi and Martinez just a couple days ago to get Argentina into the final coming up tomorrow against Spain. The call there on Fox, some of the heroics that continue in the 80th minute or more in that case, in extra time or stoppage time, I should say. Just unbelievable drama once again from Argentina. We'll talk more about Messi in just a second. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Don't forget you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. But man, I wanted to talk more about the carryover from this World Cup to the National Football League, because it's not the first time we've seen this, but for whatever reason, the NFLPA smartly, right before the final, I think is probably the answer, is putting out a message on social media, trying to pressure NFL owners about the playing surface, because we know throughout this World Cup, all these NFL stadiums that had the turf or some combination of that have all switched to natural grass, because FIFA said, hey, if you want this event in your city, if you want it in your stadium, this is what you have to do. They also got them to take the sponsor names off the stadium. FIFA can do virtually whatever the heck they want. That's how powerful they are for this event. And then yesterday, you probably saw on X in particular a big social push from players like Laramie Tunsil, Caleb Williams, for example, as well, sending out tweets like, quote, if stadiums can make grass work for the World Cup, they can make it work for NFL players. We're hashtag worth the cost. They all ended their tweets with worth the cost, because you and I both know this is only about money, why every stadium doesn't have grass. It is absolutely, of course, possible for them to do it. They don't want to do it because it's expensive to maintain. And the other part is these venues want to be year-round venues, right? They want to have the concerts, and it's way easier to turn over the venue and have a concert the night before a football game like they do in Vegas and other cities all the time for grass surface versus natural versus artificial surface, I should say. You know, there's a few stadiums that have the turf that they can roll out and have on rollers that go outside, but I don't think this push, number one, is going to work. Yes, it puts pressure, makes the owners look bad. But I have said over and over, I think the only way players actually get this, if they want it bad enough, they're going to have to negotiate it in the CBA. As pathetic as that sounds, that's the only way they're going to convince owners to do it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the league, coaches, players, they have been speaking out about the artificial turf for years. I mean, it's no secret. You look at a lot of the Achilles or ACL injuries, a lot of times it is on those types of surfaces. And I agree. I don't think it's going to change. It's definitely going to be something that they put in the CBA, because the league has been reluctant to change this for years. Again, veteran coaches, veteran players have been speaking out about this. And when they talk about it being worth the cost, I think they're absolutely right. You're right in the sense of it takes a lot to maintain it. But again, the trade-off is hopefully you're able to keep your players healthy, because people don't realize, man, when you're falling on that turf and that artificial surface, you might as well be playing in concrete, man. It's really, the ground itself is no give anyway, but your footing is able to be better. The traction is better on grass surfaces. The players unanimously, good luck finding any player that likes playing on turf. None of them like it. And immediately, as soon as the World Cup started, you started to hear players speak out about it. They wasted no time. So yeah, I don't think anything's going to change, because again, this has been going on for a while, but I do think that the owners need to take a harder look at this, because it's been really big name players that we've seen get hurt on these fields. And the big one that I always think about is MetLife Stadium, and nobody likes playing in MetLife. Nobody likes playing in MetLife. And now you got John Harbaugh out there coaching the Giants. And I remember a couple of weeks ago, he was asked about his thoughts on the turf field, and he elected to essentially say nothing because he didn't want to get himself into trouble with his bosses. So, yeah, I am curious to see how this plays out, but I would expect nothing to change.
Right, and it is all about MetLife this weekend with the final, and so that's the timing of this entire thing, and that is the stadium that has had more injuries likely related to the turf than any other, and we all know 2 NFL teams are playing there. I think I saw the NFLPA. You said no player wants to play there. It's basically that. I would love to know who the 8% are, because 92% of players, according to the NFLPA, would like grass or prefer grass surfaces. Now, I don't know who the 8% are. I don't know who are the small group of players that are saying, you know what?
People that don't
I don't know
play.
if they're just like, yeah, maybe it's something like that, because I don't know why there's even that fraction of players. But this is where the owners, though, man, the owners are so smart about how they handle the CBA, because you and I both know, no pun intended here, we're talking about grass in 2 different ways. But remember the marijuana stuff, right? Where that became such a big topic that players had to like fight to get that to where it wasn't tested anymore. And the NFL owners were like, all right, we'll stop testing you if you give us, an extra game or whatever it was, which is obviously not a fair trade-off. And so now we're going to enter another CBA at some point in time. And maybe one of the big things is going to be to get a grass playing surface. Meanwhile, they agree to another game, or they agree to another international game. Like, think about, like, this is where the owners are just, the players put themselves in a bad spot, though, because they're asking for small stuff. Like, to me, this is a small request, but it ends up causing them to trade off something much greater.
Yeah, and in reality, like, it probably is something small, but to them, when they play on this and they've seen the numbers and they've seen the data of, the contributions to some of the injuries and like big time injuries that cost them their season, sometimes even carry over into the next season. That's something that they, that they feel passionate about. And I'm just surprised if you're an owner and you're losing your star running back because of on that same field, you're eventually, that's going to cost you. That's going to cost your product. But I get it. They care about their bottom line, and that bottom line is going to be there regardless. But yeah, they have all the power when it comes to negotiating. I said this last night as well on air, because we were talking about the pending lockout in Major League Baseball, and I'm just like, if there's any players association I trust, it's the MLBPA, because they actually have a backbone compared to all the other major sports leagues. And so when it comes to negotiating stuff like this, yeah, the NFL, they always take the players in the NFL, they always take the short end of the stick, because A, they don't know how to negotiate, and B, they bend the knee so quickly. Even things that they are passionate about, they move on from it so quickly and end up giving the owners what they want. You use the example of the extra games. That's always been the owners' kind of card, that ace that they pull out of their back pocket. Well, if you want this, well, we have to add the extra game in, and that's going to happen inevitably anyway. It's going to come anyway. So yeah, I don't know what the players can do about this. They haven't done anything to this point except go on social media and complain about it in interviews. But at some point, the PA has to actually go fight for their guys and win something.
Absolutely. Yeah, the tweets and stuff, you can get the public on your side a little bit, but ultimately, once you and I know this, once the NFL season starts and we're all addicted to it on that Thursday night opener, I guess this year Wednesday night opener, we're all watching and we're all going to forget about all the complaining about the grass in July, and we're going to get back to our fantasy football teams and betting on these games, and everybody's going to love it again. And that's the power that the NFL has. By the way, don't forget, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small business with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Briefly, let's get back to the World Cup, bigger picture with Messi and Yamal squaring off tomorrow. There's no doubt Messi, I think, is the greatest soccer player, not only right now, but in our lifetime, and maybe in general in world soccer history. It's something that a few people still want to debate that last part, but I'm not so sure there is. And I bring it up because when we think about the best athletes and the greatest athletes of our lifetime, I don't know, you and I are probably not too far off in age, actually, I would assume. And so in our lifetime, where does he stack up? Now, this is always tough for me because, like you, Cordell, I'm a casual soccer fan, so it's always a little tricky. I do not get up at 5:30 in the morning and watch EPL games or anything like that. Like, I love the World Cup. I've go to games here in the United States whenever they're here. I had season tickets for the NWSL and MLS at one point in time. So I'm not anti-soccer by any means, but it's always tough for me in these, where does he rank all time for me? Like, soccer player is never going to rank higher for me than an NFL player, an NBA player. However, with that said, you think about the accomplishments. Those are two different things, right? Accomplishment and greatest athlete. Do I think Messi is the most athletic player in sports history? Of course not. Tom Brady's not the most athletic player, not the most athletic quarterback in sports history. But in terms of clutch, being able to be the most accomplished on top of all of it, yeah, I mean, Messi, we talk about the soccer being, the world's most popular sport. Of course, he's right there. It's hard to ask anybody in the United States probably and get them to say that he's the best athlete of our lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, because like you said, I'm a casual soccer watcher as is. It's got to be like the Gold Cup or the World Cup, something like that really gets me to really lock in on it. But yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about decorated athletes, then it's tough to leave him out of that conversation. When you talk about faces of the sport, he is definitely up there. So I think those are probably the conversations that you can insert Messi in, whether you're a casual soccer player or not. The fact that I know Messi and I don't watch any soccer throughout the year is kind of the, example of that, the household name. You don't have to watch the sport to know who he is. That's who Michael Jordan was. That's who Tom Brady is. That's who LeBron James is. Like, that's the kind of aura these guys carry. So I think he is in that class. But yeah, I mean, like you, it's tough for me to ever put a soccer player above like a NFL player or NBA player. I always look at like, all right, what's tougher to do? Even when I look at the major sports in America, like, I think winning a Super Bowl is one of the toughest things to do because it's the ultimate team sport, the physicality that comes with it. You're not given anything on the football field. And I think a lot of people discount just showing up, the work that gets put in throughout the week, preparing for the season, throughout the year, preparing for the season, and just to make it through the season with the physical toll that it puts on your body. I just think it's the toughest thing to do. So I always put like those guys kind of at the top for me when it comes to the decorated athletes. Basketball is a little different because you could be the best player on the court and that could be enough to will your team to win a finals. Baseball, I think, is very tough to win as well. I think baseball is probably one of the tougher sports to play in general, if not the toughest sport to play.
Absolutely.
So, I put a lot of stock into all those things. And even with soccer, like, I understand the endurance that it takes to stay out there, to run up and down the field, the finesse, the footwork, all of that, that goes into soccer. But I think it's okay if you want to put him on your like face of sports, Mount Rushmore. I think he's on there. I think he's on there with like Brady, MJ. I mean, for me, when you talk about baseball, Barry Bonds is my guy. So I always put Barry Bonds at the top. Shohei obviously is like, it's tough to debate how great Shohei is these days, but Mount Rushmore, Bonds will probably be on there for me. But yeah, if I'm ranking that, Messi is at the top, near the top, at least for me.
Yeah, in those regards, sure. I mean, I think it's Brady, it's Jordan, it's Messi. I mean, we didn't mention golf, but I mean, Tiger Woods, individual sport as well. Of course, Tiger Woods, I think, especially if we're talking about just our lifetime, although Tiger doesn't really matter what lifetime we're talking about. I mean, I think Tiger Woods is is the face of golf, period, at this point, with all due respect to some of those prior to him. So, yeah, it's fascinating. It's why it's must watch tomorrow, though. Because this could be the last World Cup for Messi. I know he's not officially announced that. Ronaldo announced that it was his last World Cup. So we're done seeing him, at least in a World Cup stage. Maybe this is it for Messi if they go back-to-back. Do you think it's more likely, by the way? Like, he's performed sensationally. I mean, who's to say he couldn't play another 4 years from now? But if they go back-to-back and are repeat winners, with a win tomorrow. Do you think he just kind of, on the international stage at least, rides off in the sunset?
Oh yeah, I mean, why not? What else do you have to do? What else do you have to do? I mean, and it's not like he's getting carried to this if they go and win the World Cup this year. I mean, he has been sensational the entire tournament. And even when you think back to their last World Cup run, I mean, that was great to see, and he was great in that tournament as well. So yeah, go out on a high note, man. We've seen a lot of greats in our lifetime probably hang on a little too long. And I think we're entering kind of this window to where we're seeing guys retire earlier and earlier, because they want to be kind of physically healthy enough to live their life and be with their family. But also, I think guys want to kind of go out feeling like, all right, I went out on my terms, even with a little bit of gas left in the tank. I didn't ride it until the wheels fell off, but maybe it's all right to not break down on the side of the road. It's okay to kind of go out. Kobe went out, scoring 60 in his last game. And, it's like that feels great, as opposed to kind of being the guy on the sideline or being the guy in the game that's a shell of what he was. And even Kobe was a shell of what he was at that time, but he had the great ending. LeBron right now, it's his last run. Feels like he still has plenty left in the tank. Brady was still winning Super Bowls on the back end of his career. So yeah, I think it'd be great for Messi to kind of go out and still look like the best player in the world.
All right, coming up next, we get to the list here on BetMGM Game Day. A couple things that stand out to us, sports or non-sports, have been bucking us. You guys can always submit yours as well if you go to YouTube or Twitch and search BetMGM tonight. We get to the list next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here on BetMGM Game Day. You guys can always call or text the show, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Each and every week we get to something called The List. It's something that's been bugging us, sports or non-sports. A couple examples, by the way, for the list that we've had in the past. Cordell, last week we added Netflix reportedly going with these live channels, also known as cable. We're going backwards. We're going back to cable. We got FIFA catering the semi-final times to European time zones. See, Austin added hydration breaks, I believe, to the list. And we also had a few early ones from January or so. For example, MLB's awkward day off after opening day and urinal cake splashback. Nobody wants that whatsoever. No. So let's get to the list. I'll let you start. You're filling in. I believe you have an item that actually is going to be a problem for you in about 15 minutes or so, because I think we're getting to what you're about to bring up in 15 minutes.
Yeah, man, these lists, no pun intended on the list segment. It's the deadest week of the sports calendar this week that we're just wrapping up. You've got MLB that goes into the All-Star break, so really there are no other sports. The WNBA is hanging around. But it's not a whole lot going on during that time. Football is right around the corner. So it's the perfect time for all of these bizarre rankings to start coming out. And we see them. They're all over the place. And, of course, a lot of people go to some of the low-hanging fruit, the quarterback list. And it's certain guys that they know who to bring up, what names to say to get the people going. And two of those names are Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. And they are always just going to find a way to upset those particular fan bases of those teams and of those players with the absurd rankings. I mean, you got people saying that they would take Bo Nix over Lamar Jackson. In what world would Bo Nix ever be taken over any two-time MVP? One of them being a unanimous MVP. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts has won in college. Jalen Hurts, I'm not sitting here saying Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in football, but man, the disrespect that he gets is kind of out of this world. And then when you see some of the other guys that get propped up, look, I think Joe Burrow's a great quarterback individually, but man, I feel like nobody gets their deficiencies overlooked more than Joe Burrow. He is one of the more injury-prone starting quarterbacks in the NFL. You can't trust that he's going to be there. Never mind the fact that the Bengals haven't been to the playoffs in 4 years. Now he's still riding off of that one Super Bowl run where really his defense was the best side of the ball that year. How quickly people forget. But yeah, Lamar Jackson gets hurt last year, and all of a sudden you can't trust Lamar because he's hurt. How many surgeries has Lamar Jackson had in his career? None. How many has Joe Burrow had? More than Lamar Jackson. So, yeah, these types of lists, they drive me up a wall because it gets fans going. And because I'm in sports talk radio, I've got to answer for this stuff. I've got to be the rational voice of reason to explain to these people why certain people are coming up with these bizarre lists, and I just don't have it anymore. I don't have anything left in the tank to give, other than in our next segment.
Yeah, I was gonna say we are gonna get to a list here in about 10 minutes or so. Look, preach, man. That was so Baltimore Cordell right there talking about Joe Burrow and Cincy. I could tell that must be the sentiment all across Baltimore. And you don't have to preach to me. My producer here locally, and the show I do during the week is a Bengals fan, and so we give him a hard time. And I tried to say the same thing to him about Joe Burrow. You got to stay healthy before I can put you in that same category. I think Burrow is phenomenal as a quarterback, but he's hurt too much. He's missed the playoffs 3 times. At some point, you can't just always blame the defense. But, yeah, I'm in agreement. I mean, the same thing happens here in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes sometimes on these lists. I think they intentionally move him down Now, I we'll get to one here in a little bit. He's number 2, I think, on one of the lists that came out last week. And, hey, he was hurt last year, right? And the team won 6 games. So I don't have as big of an issue with it. But there are some times where I think there's intention behind these lists to get people fired up and talking about it because, as you said, it's the dead time of the year. So I agree with you for the most part. All right, mine is non-sports related. I mentioned to start the show, I just flew back last night from the Dominican Republic, a little break before football season. And this I swear, I don't know if this happens more to me or not, but this is now 2 trips in a row, I should say. Why do people insist on taking their shoes off on flights? What are we doing? We're way too close to each other. This instance wasn't as bad this week as a trip I took a couple months back where the person had socks off as well, feet up next to me on the seat, which was one of the worst things that you can experience. But this happened on the flight out. Next to me, guy just had his dress shoes off. So I always choose the aisle seat. I'm a little taller. I need the aisle seat. So this guy's in the middle seat, and he's got his socks just right there next to his dress shoes, feet just out. And look, yeah, they didn't smell necessarily, thank goodness in this case. But what are we doing? Why do people insist on this? You know what? I would also love to have my shoes off and to spread out. Go fly private if that's what you need to do. Go fly a private jet if you need to take your shoes off. Please tell me you're not someone that's taking your shoes off on the flight.
Oh, no, I don't, man. What? My wife gets on me because I don't take my shoes off enough in the house. I am an anti-feet guy. Do not put your dogs out around me. It's never, for me, there's nowhere outside of your house or somebody else's house where they ask you to take your shoes off where you should be taking your shoes off. Unless you're about to go jump in a moon bounce or something like that. Dude, I just don't understand anybody getting comfortable to the point to where they can take their shoes off around other people.
Yeah, look, pool, beach, obviously you're wearing flip-flops or whatever, something like that. But in an airplane, we're all way too close to each other. Way too close. There's some people, I don't know, I guess they view it as I'm never going to see this person ever again. There's just basic things on the airplane, man. Make sure you have your deodorant, please. Thank you very much.
Please.
And make sure your shoes are still on. Now, look, if you want to wear sandals, that's fine, even though I don't like that either. But you got to keep your foot in the sandal. You can't wear sandals and take the feet out of the sandal. Then you're barefoot on the flight. Not to mention for your own good. You know how nasty an airplane is anyway? The floor of an airplane, how disgusting that thing is. So I happened to get on this trip. It drives me crazy every single time. And I don't know. People don't care. People don't care about being shamed about it either. So there you go. That's the list here on Westwood One Sports. All right, coming up next, we will get to a list. Man, top 10 quarterbacks always get people fired up. I love this, though, because this one did come from NFL executives. We'll get to that next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Noon out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold with you. Cordell Woodland filling in for Austin Huff today. You guys can watch the show over on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight. Also, same thing over on Twitch. We got the chat pulled up there. Our producers keeping an eye on that. Appreciate the interaction. Also, you guys can always call or text into the show 310-840-4910 on a World Cup not semifinal, I guess. Third place Saturday going on today. We got baseball second half beginning today as well. And of course, tomorrow we'll get back into the final with Argentina and Spain taking place up in New York and the New Jersey area. We're also live on affiliates across the country on the Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey app, and on SiriusXM channel 375. Now, you mentioned during the list a list that you don't like this time of the year. Now, you know we're about to get into a list of the top quarterbacks in the NFL from Jeremy Fowler over at ESPN a little bit because it got people talking. And there was some decisions on that list from executives that I thought were fascinating. For example, ESPN surveyed executives and their top 10 quarterback list went like this. Josh Allen, number 1. Patrick Mahomes was 2, Stafford was 3, Burrow 4, Lamar 5, Dak 6, Herbert 7, Drake May 8, Goff 9, and Caleb Williams was 10. And we can get to some of the honorable mentions like Darnold, Daniels, and Love just outside of the top 10. I think the first thing that was interesting that had people wondering was seeing Josh Allen at number 1, Patrick Mahomes at number 2. And yeah, I'm in Kansas City. Do I think Patrick Mahomes is better than Josh Allen? Yeah, absolutely. But I also understand why after last year, it's a year-to-year league. And last season, he wasn't as impressive and he wasn't available for much of the year or the back half of the year. And they won 6 games. Now, to me, that's how we have to separate, or at least I separate these lists. Are we talking about right this second? Or is it based on what they did the year before? Because right this second, I still would want Patrick Mahomes my quarterback. But if I'm supposed to base it off of what I saw with my own eyes, well, yeah, Josh Allen was better last year, even if at times he was still worse than what he had been in the year prior. So I don't know what you make of the top part of the list. That was the first thing that was interesting, seeing Josh Allen 1, Mahomes number 2. Because if I'm an NFL executive, am I basing it off of just what I just saw? Because I don't know any NFL GM in the league. Deep down, if you truly ask them, and I know this was executives, and you said, who do you want as your quarterback in the postseason more? There's that GM should be fired if they think the answer is Josh Allen, not Patrick Mahomes, because Josh Allen, of course, has been unable to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, has been able to get over the hump in the postseason, hasn't been to a Super Bowl, all of the above. So I think these lists are always interesting for that reason.
They want to put Josh Allen at the top so bad. So bad. And look, I like Josh. I'm not one of these guys that hates on any of these dudes. I think they're all great. I think they're all great in their own right. Like, I'm not an idiot. Obviously, Josh Allen is one of the best quarterbacks in football. Joe Burrow. I got on Joe Burrow in the last segment. Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in all of football. That said, I've never in my life looked at Josh Allen as the best quarterback in football. I've never done that. Josh Allen had 4 turnovers in that playoff game against the Broncos last year. Has Patrick Mahomes ever had a 4 turnover game in the postseason? Has Lamar Jackson, and people talk about his deficiencies in the postseason, and they are real. He's never had 4 turnovers in a postseason game. Joe Burrow had I think there are things that Josh Allen does that the national media will gloss over in a heartbeat, that when other quarterbacks do the exact same thing, they're ridiculed for those things. And that's what I don't like. It's very inconsistent how they look at Josh Allen compared to some of the other quarterbacks. So no, Josh Allen should not be at the top of that list. Patrick Mahomes is still the best quarterback in football. I'll even take it a step further. I probably would go with Matthew Stafford is Matthew Stafford not a better quarterback than Josh Allen? I think he probably is right now. Honestly, I think Josh Allen is up there, but Matthew Stafford, dude, And there's not a defense in the league that wants to see Matthew Stafford on the other side of the field. And that's understanding that he doesn't have the complete skill set that Josh Allen has, obviously with the athleticism and being able to tuck the ball and run and do those things. Matthew Stafford will just throw for 500 yards in that game, and he might throw 5 touchdowns and not have a single turnover in that game. I just think I probably would go with Stafford, honestly.
Yeah, look, Stafford was 3 on the list. I get your point. The only pushback I would have still, I guess, in slight defense of Josh Allen and the Stafford comp would be, Matthew Stafford has maybe the best play caller in football as his head coach. Matthew Stafford has Puka. He has Devontae Adams. He has a pretty good backfield. Josh Allen has a hell of a running back in James Cook.
Yeah, he does.
But his coach had massive deficiencies, I think. We all saw that. He got fired. Now, unfortunately for him, I think it's going to backfire on them. Their OC is now their head coach. So we'll see how Joe Brady does. But their wide receivers were a joke in Buffalo, at least last year in particular. So that's the only part where I'll push back a little bit in what Josh Allen is asked to do. I also don't know how you weigh, and this is you're in Baltimore, so you get into this conversation all the time about the passing versus the running side of things, and how much do we weigh? Do we weigh the rushing aspect of these quarterbacks too much? And that would be, of course, something that wouldn't apply to Matthew Stafford. But for Lamar, it's a huge part of his game. For Josh Allen, it's a massive part of his game as well. So I get the Stafford point. I mean, he's been sensational. The guy was the MVP for a reason this past year. But there are times where I do feel like people make more excuses for Josh Allen. Hell, I would argue that people so desperately want Joe Burrow to be that guy too. But they haven't been in the playoffs in 3 years because he's not healthy and that defense has been so bad.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of different things. I talked about Lamar, and I don't have if they want to put Lamar at 5 on this list, whatever. But there is somebody that had his lowest ranking as unranked. How can you, in good faith, contribute to this list and say, yeah, I want to keep Lamar Jackson off the list? I remember they did this list a couple of years ago, and there was an unnamed exec that said, I don't care how many MVPs Lamar Jackson wins, I will never view him as a quarterback. So what can you say to that? What can you say when you have these types of people contributing to these types of lists? Their biasness is already put on display. They're not going to put Lamar Jackson up there no matter what he does, which is crazy. But you can even dig deeper in the list. I wouldn't be mad if Dak Prescott's a little higher, and I can't stand the Cowboys, but Dak is there. I have some issues with 8 through 10, Drake May, Goff, Caleb Williams. I think Drake May looked terrible in the postseason last year. He looked honestly terrible to me. I think that the Patriots benefited from a very soft playoff schedule, a very soft regular season schedule into a very soft playoff schedule as well. And Drake May did not at any point in the postseason. He had flashes, but in his totality was extremely disappointing to me. This may be where my biasness kicks in, but I can't believe everybody is so quick to just ignore Jaden Daniels and the rookie year that he has. Last year, he's banged up, no doubt. I think Washington, the organization, did him no favors in the offseason by playing around with the Terry McLaurin contract, and that ends up resulting in him holding out, and then Terry has a down year. But they also didn't do a good job of putting pieces around him last year, and I think it obviously hurt him. But Jaden, I still have Jaden above Drake May. I still think Jaden, I love Caleb Williams. I think Caleb's great, but I can't ignore everything that Jaden did. And even when Jaden was out there last year, he still had times where he looked like himself. So Jared Goff is a top, like, if everything's not going perfect for Jared Goff, the game's over. If he doesn't have his running backs going crazy, if he can't live off play action, if Amon-Ra St. Brown isn't getting 12 catches a game, it's going to be a problem for Jared Goff. He can't extend plays. He can't take over games. He needs the game script to be in his favor. So I 8 through 10, I'm kind of out on that one.
The one that honestly I had the biggest issue with, and again, remember, this is not Jeremy Fowler just making up a list. This is They survey executives, and he puts together the article. This is not his list, but Justin Herbert at 7 is absolutely absurd. We continue, and find people that are Chargers fans can call me biased because I cover a team here that's also in the division in Kansas City. That's fine. But man, I do cover this division closely, and I have heard year after year after year that it's the Chargers' year, and I've heard year after year after year that Justin Herbert, this is the breakout year. And there's no doubt the arm talent. Yeah, if we were to put together a quarterback in a factory, Justin Herbert would be one of the guys you probably would kick out of that QB factory because he does have all the skill set and everything you probably would want. But man, at some point, I'm not a big QB win-loss guy. I understand that there are flaws in just going off of win-losses for quarterbacks. But if we're saying you're a top 10 quarterback, you got to start winning some games when it matters. And you haven't won a division yet. You haven't won a playoff game yet, and you've been awful in those playoff games. He being 7th on the list is still based off his pre-draft and draft process stuff and what we think he should be. At some point, I have to see it. This isn't a second-year quarterback. This is what, year 5, 6, something like that now for Justin Herbert in the league. So I don't think he's terrible by any means. I'm not saying that, but if you're going to be 7 on the list, I have to see some success in the playoffs unless you're a rookie or a second-year guy, and it's not always somebody else's fault. Yeah, he's had different head coaches, but like here we are again entering 2026. Everything seems set up for him. Mike McDaniel's your offensive coordinator. Now people will come up with some other excuse for him later, but like if they don't win the division this year, it's not ever happening for Justin Herbert out in LA.
I'm right there with you. I don't think they're going to win that division. I'm still very high on Denver, and I actually think the Chiefs are going to be better than what people are giving them credit for. But yeah, Herbert, it just feels like he's kind of in that Allen tier, maybe not as high, but in the group of guys that they want to push up. They want to make excuses for Justin Herbert, and I get it. Staley was a terrible head coach in LA. He was, and he did a lot of idiotic things, especially in the postseason. But I cannot ignore Justin Herbert being the guy in the game with the ball in his hands. He's a part of those collapses. That collapse in Jacksonville in the playoff, that's inexcusable. That's inexcusable. The fact that Justin Herbert hasn't won a single playoff game to this point in his career, inexcusable. And I never buy into the Chargers. There are people trying to talk to me about the Chargers now, and I always swatted away like a fly. I want nothing to do with any Charger stock because they can't be trusted. The script is there for them every year. They come out blazing hot, especially if they get to play the Chiefs early in the season. They get up for those games. But you get into the money time of the season, late November, December football, where are the Chargers? They're always one of those teams that are sliding down the standings because they can't sustain winning in that portion of the season. And I think when you get to the last 6 weeks of the regular season, that's when your quarterback play is really supposed to ratchet up. The weather gets crazy. You get into that playoff push. Justin Herbert just hasn't shown me enough in the gotta have it moments of the season, and definitely in the playoffs, to where I can trust him and put him higher than some of the other guys that are on the list.
Yeah, we'll see if, in fairness to him, if his offensive line can stay healthy this year. I think that certainly could make a massive difference for them. But that's the thing with the Chargers, too, just more not even about Herbert, but just about them as an organization. They cannot stay healthy whatsoever. It's an ongoing thing. I don't know why that organization seems to have them in San Francisco, the 49ers and the Chargers, two franchises that have struggled to keep guys healthy. By the way, don't forget this segment here on BetMGM Game Day is brought to you by BetMGM, where you can get an early payout for a 2-goal lead. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any World's Game match. There's one coming up later on today and then one final one tomorrow, of course. And if your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point in the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours regardless of the outcome of the game, only at BetMGM. Yeah, the executives that do this, I'm fascinated. Like, are these all GMs? Are these just guys in general in the front office? Everybody has bias. We all recognize that, but it's sometimes I'm like, well, this explains why there's bad organizations in the NFL.
Yes.
This explains why GMs are getting fired every couple of years or whatever. Because look, nobody is suggesting that pick any GM in the league that they don't know more about the intricacies of what to look for on film than I do. Of course, like I'm not out here trying to tell you that I can go scout players better than other. That's not my point. But we also need to act like sometimes that we don't need to act like the GMs are always right and have it all figured out, and that their evaluation and decision making is always going to be better than what is somewhat common sense. And I think this list is a sign of that as well.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you get to see it whether it's during the draft, whether it's during the regular season or off season as free agency is going on, and especially in times like this when we're talking about these lists that they're contributing to, you get to see that just because a lot of these guys are in these high profile positions, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to make that they know what they're talking about in every sense. Like I know I watch a lot of sports. I watch a lot of football. It doesn't mean that I may not say a wrong stat or have an opinion of something that turns out to be the complete opposite. Like we're all wrong. But I think these types of lists kind of show that biasness is a part of it, and also their kind of eye for talent simply isn't there either. Some people like what they like, though. Some people aren't into the dual threat guys, and which is tough to not be into those types of guys in this day and age because everybody has some form of athleticism to them. But we are going further and further away from the statues in the pockets, the Matthew Staffords, the Jared Goffs. There aren't many of those types of quarterbacks coming into the league where they're just a pure pocket passer. You have to be able to extend plays and be some sort of a two-play quarterback in today's NFL. But there are GMs that struggle to see the development because going back to Lamar, I don't think any of one is one of the biggest Lamar guys coming out of college. And when I get bored, I go look at like Lamar's highlights in Louisville or go look at some of his collegiate numbers. They will blow your mind. But nobody saw this coming. Nobody saw Lamar being this good of a passer, this good of a dual threat quarterback, a two-time MVP, a unanimous MVP. So those types of guys, they miss out on that talent because they're stuck in what they believe a quarterback is supposed to look like. So yeah, you miss out on the Lamars, the Josh Allens, the Caleb Williams, the Jaden Daniels, those types of guys. If you're purely looking at the Matthew Staffords, even Mahomes, he may not be, the runner that Josh Allen and Lamar is, but you talk about being a magician in the pocket, being a guy that's a second and third play quarterback. Mahomes is just that type of guy as well.
Coming up next, though, let's get into some Major League Baseball. The second half of the season is underway after the All-Star break. The trade deadline right around the corner. A lot of rumblings out there. Let's see what we believe is going to happen here in the second half with how few teams are going to handle the deadline. And are we actually buying stock in a couple of these surprises in the first half of the season? That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
Absolutely destroyed by Miguel Vargas into the second deck. Vargas, the first-time All-Star, one of the biggest surprises on the biggest surprise in the sport. And the Chicago White Sox tees off and makes it 4-0.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That Miguel Vargas home run in the All-Star game a couple nights ago earlier in Philadelphia over on Fox. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here on BetMGM Game Day. The second half of the baseball season underway. We're just approaching the trade deadline here in a couple weeks as well. And one of the big questions heading into this deadline is going to surround the Detroit Tigers, who have been a very disappointing team, to say the least, in the American League Central. A really, really poor division to begin with. A lot of disappointment all around that division. But will they move on from Tarek Skubal, who has since come back, of course, from the injury? And I think the speculation had always been that he was for sure getting traded. And now we're trying to balance out whether or not the Tigers are intentionally, bluffing here and acting as if they want to retain him to try to prop up the value, or in fact, are they actually considering trading him or not? And I think, one, knowing his contract situation, I'll be floored if Skubal is not traded. And I'm not buying the little push that they made before the All-Star break. For those that are watching and listening, the Tigers 6.5 back in the American League Central. They're behind 3 teams, though. They're behind the Twins, they're behind the Guardians, and they're behind the division leading and surprising Chicago White Sox at this point in time. But they are 3.5 out of a wild card spot. And that's really the whole story, Cordell, of this entire American League. It is a terrible AL so far this season. Everybody, for the most part, feels like maybe they're still in it and it's going to alter this deadline. But do you see a scenario where the Tigers don't trade Skubal?
It's tough to envision that right now. I mean, he's. I feel like Skubal has been one of the bigger trade candidates, even going back to last season. And then you get to this past off season, your antennas are up for a Skubal trade, especially after they go get Valdez, they go get Frommer, and you're just wondering what does his future hold. And then he gets hurt, and then it's like, all right, how does this impact his future? Will he still be moved? And he comes back and he's starting to look more and more like himself. Like you said, I don't think that the Tigers are going to be one of those teams that goes into the trade deadline as a potential buyer, despite how the American League is situated. But that's the entire league, though. Everybody's in that spot. We're having that same conversation here in Baltimore about the Orioles. So, I think it's going to be a lot of teams that probably should be more sellers, but they're in a position to where they can make a run at this thing, and nobody in the American League is taking the wild card race by its horns. I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that a team under 500 makes the playoffs this year, which is still wild to even say out loud. So I just wonder how that impacts the decision makers thinking, especially when you also take into account the pending lockout as well.
Exactly.
So how much does that impact the market for Skubal? I'm curious to see how aggressive certain teams are, especially going after guys that don't have team control after this year. Because do you want to give new deals out? And we just saw Chase Burns get a new deal the other day. So certain teams, when it's about staying there, I can understand. But if you're a new team trading for a Skubal, I would imagine you're not trading just for this year. You want to probably keep him going forward. Or maybe you do just want to add a frontline starter for a playoff push this year. It's interesting. But I'm like you. I lean more that Skubal will be traded more likely than not. I'm just curious to see who the suitors are and what that means for Skubal's future. Is he going to sign an extension with them, or is he still going to hit the market?
Yeah, I don't know if it necessarily leads to an extension. I mean, yeah, you want to give up assets and retain Skubal, but I think any team, if in fact he gets traded, whether it's the Dodgers or whether it's the Yankees, those are probably two of the teams that everybody continues to link him to for obvious reasons. I'm sure they would love to sign him in the offseason, but I don't know with the lockout and everything if that actually is how teams are going to approach it. But Ken Rosenthal over at The Athletic this week was reporting that he believes that the Tigers will be inclined to keep Skubal and, quote, go for the World Series. I think that's a mistake. I know fans typically love for you to go for it, but I think that would be a massive mistake knowing that you will get nothing for Skubal in the offseason. He's an unrestricted free agent. So I think if you're the Tigers, unless you tell me in the next 2 weeks they get on another 10-game winning streak and all of a sudden they're 2.5 back in the Central, they're occupying a wild card spot, that's different. But if they still 2 weeks from now are in the boat where they're 6 to 8 games out of the division lead, they're 3 to 5 out of the wild card, I just don't think that's makes any sense. I think it's ridiculous, honestly. And the suitors you brought up, I mean, I think the Dodgers would be the team that I'd be keeping an eye on. The Yankees, obviously, as well, but the Dodgers are the ones that in the betting markets, at least in some places, are the favorites to land them.
Oh, shocker. I mean, anytime you're talking about any best player at their position being available, the big bad wolf is going to come knocking, because they have the assets and they're not afraid to use them. The Dodgers getting Skubal at that point, I mean, what can you say? What can you even say at that point? So, yeah, not overly surprising. And they're not afraid to make those big swings. We've seen teams like the Padres in the past that are not afraid to trade their best farm pieces to acquire big pieces, but the Padres are not where they are, supposed to be right now themselves. So I do think it's going to be interesting. Scooble obviously will be a hot commodity. But I do think wherever he goes, I mean, you would imagine he's going to help that team, assuming that he stays healthy. Like I said, he's been looking more and more like himself. But you do kind of get the sense that at least in Detroit, that story is kind of coming to an end.
Other news out there around the deadline, too, according to reports from SNY, also MLB Network insider John Heyman and the New York Post, that the Mets have open trade discussions with other teams and have, quote, very few untouchables, and that Francisco Lindor, is not necessarily off limits, although very unlikely to get moved. He's got a massive contract still. He's got a full no-trade clause. So that seems to be a player that probably wouldn't be on the move. But 32-year-old, signed through 2031, averages out to $32 million a year. So I don't think Lindor, as bad as he's been this year, is going to be on the move. But of course, the Mets, other than him, nobody should be off limits and trying to offset that massive payroll that backfired in a big way. Of course, they fired their manager a couple weeks back. I guess it's been a month probably at this point in time as well.
Yeah, I mean, man, the Mets, they just can't get right, man. They are just they're cursed, honestly. Like this is just what's been going on with them for a while. And it's not for lack of trying. I mean, just look at their payroll. They're trying. Ugh. And you think a lineup that has Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor in it, and you think they'd be able to get more than they've gotten, but that hasn't been the case. So yeah, I am curious. And look, their ownership has been clear about they're not happy with where they are, and they're not afraid to make changes. We've seen that in the past with them as well. I don't know what they can do. I mean, they have kind of boxed themselves into a corner with some of these contracts. You mentioned the Lindor one. I don't really know how they're going to be able to get out of this. They've got quality players, expensive quality players, but albeit quality players that I think teams will be interested in. How stingy are the Mets going to be? Like how much are they willing to fight back in these negotiations to, when really they probably should be looking to dump some of this money right now if they're going to stay at the bottom of the National League, which is where they've been for most of this season. So, they're one of those teams that is crazy. We just talked about how in the American League there are going to be more buyers than there probably should be, and here the Mets are one of the biggest sellers in all of baseball. That was not their plan.
And staying in the NL, too, a team that I'm watching over the next couple of weeks heading into the August 3rd deadline is the Phillies. They have found a way after firing their manager with Don Mattingly Jr. now, the interim, and here they are. They're in the thick of things in the National League race, and they clearly have to go out and get some bullpen help. I think we all thought they were going to be really aggressive there anyway, and then the news, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, I get my days mixed up with travel and everything, but Brad Keller out for the year. He's one of their bullpen arms. They're going to have to go out and acquire some bullpen help. And the good news is bullpen help usually is something you can find at the deadline. But how many arms? I mean, the Nationals also, I think, are going to be interested in going out to find some bullpen help. Their bullpen has been, I think, exploited, to say the least, with their performance here as of late as well. So Phillies would be and the Nationals would be two teams that if you're a team that's a seller, or we think is a seller, that has some bullpen arms, you're always willing to trade away bullpen arms, usually if you're a seller anyway, as that kind of changes year to year to begin with. And I think Philadelphia is going to be very aggressive trying to shore up their bullpen.
Yeah, man. I mean, the Phillies, wow, them just coming back from the dead a little bit. You move on from your manager very early in the season. And look, this is why Mattingly has been as good as he's been throughout his career. It's not like they went to chop liver. They might have upgraded honestly. But that Phillies team, man, their offense is there. Like you said, the bullpen is really the big bugaboo with them, because they've got they've got two top end arms in their rotation right now that they can trust. And the top of that lineup, really all throughout that lineup, you don't want to mess with any of those guys. And that's even with Bryce not having a star-studded type of year, but Schwarber's been so good. Brandon Marsh has been excellent for them this year as well. I mean, they're a team that can light up the scoreboard. You don't want to let them get guys on bases because any of those big bats can come up and clear it in one pitch. So the Phillies, I think they're going to be, and they should be, one of those teams that are aggressive at the deadline. And that's typically their MO anyway. I don't expect that to change this year, but I'm expecting the Phillies to be one of the better teams in the second half of the season. I'm buying a lot of Philly stock right now.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, up next, let's get to the sounds of the week. We do that each and every week here on BetMGM Game Day. Some sounds from Argentina and England. And what is talk radio saying in England next?
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll continue our NFL divisional previews, starting those up as training camp for a lot of teams begins next week. We'll get to the NFC West, of course, home of the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks coming up in 20. Don't forget, you guys can watch the show in addition to listening across the country. You can watch on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. You'll see the chat there, and you can interact. We appreciate the comments on there, or you can call or text 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. It is that time of the show. We get to some of the sounds of the week, and of course, we have to start with the chaos and the drama of the World Cup and Argentina getting it done against England.
Libre, Macarite Pago otra vez, viva Messi, primero Spence, Maca, Messi engancha y va, tiró con la derecha.
That call on Telemundo, unbelievable. Always love listening to the calls, of course, throughout the World Cup of the different countries, and that was very fitting considering, once again, as you and I discussed at the start of the show, Argentina continues to be the cardiac kids, or whatever you want to call them, what we would say when we're talking about American football, getting it done in crunch time when it matters most. They'll have a chance to do it again tomorrow, of course, in the final up in New York, in New Jersey, against Spain, and they're going to have to do it. But, what Messi and Argentina continue to do, they're never out of it. I was texting with a friend during the match as well, giving him a hard time because he roots for Argentina. And I said, you nervous yet? And he said, no, never nervous with Argentina. And I guess must be nice knowing that, even in the 98th minute or whatever, you can get a goal.
Yeah, man, never die, never quit, man. And that's all you can ask for from your teams is just to keep fighting. And Argentina's done that. What an exciting way to have this World Cup, and if they are able to go back to back. But yeah, you heard the call, and obviously that was just a crazy game in itself. The last couple of minutes, like I said, man, Messi just finding ways to put his team on his back. And honestly, I felt like the way that game was going, Argentina could have scored 5 goals in the last 10 minutes of that game if they really wanted to. Like, a couple of those shots just narrowly off frame, but they put a lot of stress on that back line of England, a lot of stress on that goalie of England. And those crosses, man, they had maybe about 2 headers that didn't go in that nearly did. It was just a stressful, probably last 10 minutes of that game for England.
And thinking of England, the opposite side, the emotions of losing to Argentina after having the early 1-0 lead, giving up the goals late, not even getting the extra time after it was all said and done. You didn't even get an opportunity to try to reset with a little bit of a break. Here's how talk radio in England sounded.
Thomas Tuchel's cost us the World Cup. He cost us the World Cup. We're 1-0 up. Played well first half. All right, cagey affair. We go 1-0 up. Be brave. Be brave, Thomas. This is what we brought you in for. We brought you in for this moment. We got rid of Southgate because he bottled it, because he weren't brave. We brought you in for now to make that decision. We're 1-0 up in a World Cup semi-final. Bring on Rashford. Bring on Saka. And if they score, they score. But at least we're going to go down fighting. At least we're going to go down with some pride. We fell out of the World Cup in disgrace because of him. Because of him. And we brought him in for this job. This is what we brought him in for, to get us over this line. And it's the same old England, same old crap, same old guff that I have to watch every tournament that we're in. And it's the manager's tucked us up again. Tucked us up. We're dead on our feet. Got Morgan Rogers playing right wing, Jude Bellingham on the left. Brings on Nico O'Reilly. We can't get out. Harry Kane's done nothing. He's dead. Nothing. Got nothing left.
I don't.
I can't believe it, Jace.
Well, no,
Jace, I can't believe it.
No,
it's a disgrace.
He
should be sacked. Get him out. Gone.
That's from Talk Sport over in the UK. Look, it doesn't matter what sport we're talking about, where in the world you're at. If you're talking about sports talk, man, and you're, in this case, your country, but we've all been there with your particular team that you cover or you root for that lets you down and misery again. The passion's the same everywhere. This time we're talking about soccer, though, but that was a hell of a clip. I'm glad we got that in the sound of the week. I had not heard that, full disclosure, until right then and there. That was awesome to hear, but look, there's I don't know if you were at any watch parties for the World Cup. I went to one last week, and it was when England had advanced to the semifinals, and their fans showed up, and this is just in the Midwest, right? And the passion from them, and they don't mess around though. They get ticked off pretty easily when it comes to their soccer team, and they thought they had it. I mean, even at this small watch party I was at in Punta Cana, where there were Argentina and England fans watching, it got a little nasty at the end. Argentina fans were taunting the England fans that were there at the watch party, and I thought we were about to have some issues there. But the England fans were ticked off, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, like you, that was my first time hearing the clip. I love a good crash out. I love a good crash out on sport. That's sports talk radio. That's radio right there. When you get the passion to come out, and you got to keep it in a holster. You can't do it every day, but every now and then you can kind of be that voice of frustration that the fans have. So to hear it and hear that passion come out, that's what got me into this field. I love it. I love crash outs in general, though. I love to watch managers crash out and get tossed. I love to hear the rants in the post-game press conferences. I like all of that type of stuff, but you get to see how much it means to them. And he's right. Honestly, he's right. England bowed out. England sat there and let it happen. I think they were kind of caught up in understanding how Argentina has come back in these games and how much they fight to the end. And it's almost like they were waiting for Argentina to take that game away from them. And he's absolutely right as well. Where was Harry Kane? He was nowhere to be found in that game at all. I mean, I'm watching and I'm like, and again, I'm watching it as a casual guy. And maybe 10 minutes in, I'm like, hold up, doesn't England have one of the big stars as well, Harry Kane? Where is he? I'm literally searching around on the screen looking to find him because he's making little to no impact. So I like to hear that passion out there. I'm sure they're extremely frustrated. I'm sure they're kind of upset that they're in this third place game today. But that's what makes sports so great. It's the passion of everybody that's watching it and how much we all care.
So from soccer, we go to golf, the Open Championship going on, and the story of the tournament so far has been about Bryson DeChambeau and the controversy around a penalty that he was assessed, and then also everything he did afterwards, which is, of course, typical Bryson DeChambeau fashion, trying to make it about him. He was threatening to withdraw from the tournament after he was assessed a two-stroke penalty for inadvertently swinging improving the area of his intended swing on the fifth hole, and he of course disagreed with that. That has prompted every golfer today to be asked about their thoughts on the penalty. Was it a penalty, and how Bryson handled it? Here's what Rory McIlroy had to say.
So I was watching it live. I was up in the players' lounge watching it with a few other players, and as soon as he made the step into the ball, we all sort of looked at each other and were like, that didn't seem right. And then when I heard that he was called in by the rules officials, I think it was pretty obvious for why. Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt that he improved the line of his backswing. So, and again, it's like whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, I don't think it matters. Hopefully it was careless. But I think the two-shot penalty was justified for sure.
So that was Rory. Look, a couple things. I was not watching this live. I've only just seen the clips. I am by no means some golf rules expert. I think there's plenty of rules in golf that are ridiculous to me, but I am admittedly not some diehard golf fan. However, let's give Bryson the benefit of the doubt, I guess, if you want to, on his intent. I don't know if he intentionally tried to improve his lie, but in golf in particular, you and I both know rules are rules, as much as I hate saying that, but in golf, if there was ever a sport where in philosophy that they went by, it was that. My issue is more the after the fact stuff, right? Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't be upset if you're Bryson, you're penalized, right? Any sport, right? If we're talking about football, you get a flag thrown on you, you don't think you committed a penalty, you're going to be upset. But it's what happens after. And in this case, he threatened to withdraw from the entire tournament, and it forced golfers to be standing around, and he was still at the driving range in the dark, which caused volunteers to have to stay super late. He was just being a kind of a jerk about the entire thing. As much as you can be upset, there's still a way to handle yourself, and that was typical Bryson there.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, like Rory said, you see him walk over there and step on the grass. He clearly improves his life. I mean, he looks like me out there doing that. I'm usually the guy having to go deep into the trenches to go find my ball, and maybe I'll step on some grass here or there just to give me a little bit of a line of sight out of there. But I'm not even in the same stratosphere as Bryson DeChambeau in the game of golf. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of his MO, and he gets upset and he has his tantrum, and he makes his threats that he wants to get, that he may not play the next day. And then last night I saw him tweet out, basically he's looking forward to the rest of the weekend. I mean, it was going to always go that way. It's a shame that it is, but look, I can understand his frustration to a degree just because golf is a frustrating game, but also, dude, like we all saw it. Now he may have the back end of, well, all of my shots are put on camera. Everybody is seeing everything I'm doing. All right. But that's the price you pay for being Bryson.
So those are the sounds of the week here on BetMGM Game Day. And don't forget, BetMGM players can receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. To use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. And if you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. So we'll see how things finish up with the Open Championship coming up with Bryson DeChambeau. And the top of that leaderboard, by the way, maybe a little bit later on in the show, we'll check in on that. Coming up next, though, we get to our divisional previews, and we head over to the NFC West and how we think things are going to play out between the defending champs, and could the Rams get back on top?
This is Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold with you. Cordell Woodland filling in for Austin Huff today. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. We've got some soccer coming up in a couple of hours. Third place match taking place in the World Cup. That one down in Miami with England and France. We'll get back into some soccer coming up in an hour or so. We're also 20 minutes away from checking in with our friends over at Athlon Sports to get their perspective on the NFL with training camp starting up here in just a week or so, believe it or not. And that's why we start this hour with our divisional previews. Last week was the AFC West. We'll stay out west, Cordell, and go to the NFC West. Of course, the Seattle Seahawks winning the Super Bowl, what seems like ages ago, back in February, and they are trying to repeat. They lose Kenneth Walker. They are in a very difficult division, but they find themselves at plus 210. I'm still a little surprised to win the division. The Rams at minus 105 over at BetMGM. They're the favorite. The 49ers plus 325, and then the Cardinals 100 to 1 to win the NFC West. And what a mess that organization is when they bring in a new regime. We'll see what happens. We'll talk about their win total. That I do have thoughts on. But in general, starting with this NFC West, I think I expect this to once again be the best division in football. I see no reason to believe the Rams shouldn't be the favorite. They are the Super Bowl favorite on top of it. We'll talk about Aaron Donald maybe joining them as well at some point. But the big question with Seattle, I think, that I have is always going to be still, and you can say it's disrespectful to him after what he did, but still, Sam Darnold, can he continue to play like this? And they lose their offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, to the Las Vegas Raiders. So you have a defensive-minded head coach, Mike McDonald, who I think is clearly now one of the bright young coaches in this league. You go and look at coaches of his age to win a Super Bowl. It puts him in the same grouping as guys like Sean McVay and Mike Tomlin. We all know what they have turned out to be long-term as head coaches in this league, or Mike Tomlin did turn out to be, I should say. And so I do have some questions with the run game now with no Ken Walker and a new offensive mind kind of organizing Sam Darnold and that entire group.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sam Darnold questions are always going to be there, no matter what he does, to be honest with you, fair or not. But can't ignore the majority of his career where, he's a journeyman and he's, seeing ghosts and all of that type of stuff. I mean, he put it together with this Seahawks team, but I think they have a lot of great support pieces around him, led by Jackson Smith and Jigba, Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, that dude is a stud. And so I think their offense will still be fine. Their offensive line should still be, intact and still should be really good. Losing Kubiak will be a loss. I put a lot of stock in changing play callers, especially on the offensive side of the ball. So I am intrigued to see what that looks like. You talked about Kenneth Walker not being there anymore, and that's somewhat of a concern. They go and they draft Darian Price as well out of Notre Dame, but Zach Charbonnet, I mean, he has been kind of the guy, at least a touchdown vulture for my fantasy guys out there. Zach Charbonnet has been like public enemy number one because he has been the guy coming in there stealing all of Kenneth Walker's touchdowns. And I like Zach Charbonnet a lot. So do they. He had the injury late last year. But I think that they feel like with that O-line, with those receivers, Shaheed, who they got at the trade deadline, you didn't get to see a whole lot of what he can do offensively last year, because I always say when receivers are traded, that's a tough thing for them to do, to join a new offense and get in sync with that quarterback, get in sync with that offensive play calling. But I think now with Shaheed having that full off season with them, I think he's going to be just as good, if not better, than he was for the Saints when he was out there as their real deep threat. And I think that's what Seattle needs. JSN can run the entire route tree, but getting Shaheed to kind of take the top off the defense should open a lot up in the middle of the field for JSN. And look, their defense is still going to be one of the best defenses in all of football. I mean, they have studs on all three levels. They've got the best defensive play caller in the league in Mike McDonald, who's their head coach as well. I think Seattle's going to be there. Obviously, the Rams are the Rams, and they should be the favorite in that division. But I don't think Seattle's going out without a fight. They're going to be a tough out.
Right. No, and I think Seattle will certainly have say in that divisional race. The Rams, though, at minus 105, am I going to find a better number at BetMGM at any point this season? You know, I just don't believe the Rams are getting off to a slow start. And so am I gonna be sitting here and say, man, I wish I would have bet them at minus 105 back in July when we're sitting in week 5 of the season and they're off to a 4-1 start or a 5-0 start or something like that? Because the one issue that we know the Rams had against Seattle was in that NFC title game, a great game, and their corners, their secondary really struggled with JSN. So what do they go out and do? They go and trade for Trent McDuffie, an all-pro corner. They go and sign Jalen Watson from Kansas City as well. They, of course, go out and sign or make a trade for Myles Garrett to add to that defensive line on top of it. I think they addressed their one deficiency, which was defense. Now, if you want to get into Puka, maybe there's some concern about who he's going to be. He's dealing with a lot of stuff. A lot of it is self-inflicted, his own part this offseason on top of it. But how's that going to play into this deal? Matthew Stafford, there's always the injury concern, but I was very concerned this time last year about Stafford and whether he would play all year. Remember, they were being weird about the neck injury or whatever, and then he ended up going out and winning an MVP this past year. So I think the Rams at minus 105 to win the division right now is as good as I can get. So if I were going out, and I haven't yet, but I would make that bet. I understand why you might want to sprinkle on the Seahawks. The team that I can't figure out is the Niners. Where are you on them? They sit at plus 325. Thinking of injuries, that's an organization that has a long injury history. Last year, they were riddled with them. Kyle Shanahan, by no means do I not think he's one of the better coaches in the league, but also has he hit a wall in San Francisco a little bit after going to a bunch of NFC title games, a couple Super Bowls? Is this is it basically where everybody's caught up to him, or is this just an organization that has some guys aging out a little bit and it's time for a little bit of a reset?
Yeah, I think the Niners are in a weird spot, to your point, because they have been kind of one of those teams that you look at in the NFC that, all right, the Niners are always going to be one of the teams contending to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. And I just think the talent in their division is caught up. And that you brought up them aging out a little bit. I mean, yeah, they are getting older. Trent Williams is only getting older. He's closer to the end than he is the beginning. Christian McCaffrey, I mean, quiet as kept. Christian McCaffrey actually was pretty healthy last year, put it together quite a bit, but so much going on around him. Brock Purdy dealing with injuries last year, Ayuk not being there, Jennings dealing with injuries, Kittle dealing with injuries. Like, that's their issue. And unfortunately, their defense was so good last year with Saleh coming back as their defensive coordinator. He leaves. Now, we talked about the questions with the Seahawks with Kubiak leaving. I mean, I think the same is there for the Niners on the defensive side of the ball with Robert Saleh no longer being there. I think he's a big reason why that defense took a step forward last year. And again, that was without Fred Warner even being on the field. So I still think the Niners are going to be in the playoff race. I don't look at them as a team that's just going to fall off a cliff. I still think Kyle Shanahan is one of the best coaches in all of football, but he just happens to be in a division where you've got the reigning Super Bowl champs and this year's Super Bowl favorite. So he's kind of sandwiched in the middle of that. I think the Niners are going to put up a fight. They go and add Mike Evans. I love that move, but look, you talk about the Niners dealing with injuries in the past. Mike Evans has dealt with his own fair share of injuries throughout his career. That hamstring is always one of the issues for Mike Evans pretty much every year. So they also go and get Christian Kirk to help out in the slot. I really like that move. Like, I think the Niners are still going to be solid. I still think they'll be solid, assuming that Christian McCaffrey stays healthy. That's the big thing. Brock Purdy's got to put together another healthy year as well. But look, Mac Jones showed last year he can kind of come in a backup role and keep things going because that offense is so quarterback friendly. So, yeah, I'm not putting the Niners up there above Seattle or LA in the playoffs, but anybody outside of them in the NFC, yeah, you probably still have to worry about the 49ers this year.
Some of the betting markets at BetMGM, Niners related, that are kind of fascinating to look at. So one, over under 10.5 wins. It's the same total as the Seattle Seahawks. So over under 10.5 wins. Seattle's over under is 10.5 wins. The Niners, of course, have a third place schedule. That's part of, I'm sure, some of the thinking there, whereas Seattle's going to have a much tougher schedule. And then make or miss the playoffs odds. The Niners to make the playoffs, I think you and I both probably believe that would be as a wild card, minus 154. To miss plus 130. In that division, man, I'm tempted at plus 130, because can they get to 11 wins in that division? I know 10 you could theoretically get in as a wild card team, but I'm not so sure I like the over on 10.5 for the Niners. I would lean towards the under, and I would lean, because I'm getting plus money. Like, I'm not betting minus 154 on the Niners to make the playoffs if I agree that I believe they're the third best team in that division.
Yeah, I'm not taking them to get over 10.5 wins either. I would take the under on that. But as I look at the NFC landscape, I think the West is getting 3 teams in. I mean, the South, who in the South do you trust? Honestly, you can't trust any of those teams in the NFC South. I think they're only going to have one team represented. Last year, the Panthers, who I picked in the offseason as my surprise team to watch out for last year, they end up taking that division away from the Bucks. But that's not a good division at all. I'm not breaking news there. The North, maybe. I don't know how people still feel about Detroit these days. Chicago last year, I think Chicago, I'm a Commanders fan. Chicago were the Commanders of last year. They had a lot of comeback victories. They were the cardiac kids. I don't think that's going to be as sustainable this year for the Bears. So I'd look at that North division as like, I'm not a big Jordan Love guy. I don't really trust the Packers, but so much. They're probably a playoff team. But again, I can't sit here and definitively say that I think the North is getting 2 teams. Now, the NFC East is a little weird. Dallas, Philly, Washington, who knows? They could definitely get 2 teams out of that division possibly, but I can't help but look at the NFC West and see that they have maybe the top 3. You could make the argument that they have 3 of the top 4 teams in the NFC as a whole in that division, and they may beat each other up. I think health is going to play a big part in general, and that's not breaking news. But I actually probably would lean with the Niners making the division as a wild card, probably as the top wild card team, honestly.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So you're back on kind of the Niners as a whole, getting back to being an 11-win team or so. You're thinking last year was just about the injuries, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they have the talent. I think the talent is still there. Defense, I do have my questions with, can they be as good as they were last year defensively? But other than that, like, Kittle doesn't seem like a guy that's slowing down to me. I think Mike Evans can still play. He might be one of the best receivers that Brock Purdy has really had to this point, really easily the best. But Ricky Pearsall is another guy that I still think is one of the young guys that plays well when he is out there. The Niners just have to stay healthy, man. I mean, that's really the big thing with them. If they can stay relatively healthy, I do think they could still be one of the better teams in the NFC. Probably not as good as the Rams, especially if Aaron Donald comes back.
Yeah, we don't have to spend much time on the Cardinals, but just for the sake of the divisional preview, 100-1 to win the division, to miss the playoffs, minus 7,000. To make the playoffs, 20-1. Over under. The only betting market to look at here is the over under on the win total. There's no reason to do anything else with them here, I don't think. But the Cardinals over under 3.5 wins. Jacoby Brissett had a short holdout, or whatever you want to call it, this offseason. Gardner Minshew's in that quarterback room. Carson Beck, they of course draft. They've got Jeremiah Love now in the backfield, but they still have James Conner. They went out and signed Algier to go with that room. Marvin Harrison Jr., we all know, has been a disappointment so far in his career. Brand new coaching staff. On and on we go. Enough for you to take the over here or not on a Cardinals team? Because to me, them and the Dolphins will be battling for the number 1 overall pick this upcoming season.
Oh, yeah, I want nothing to do with the Cardinals. Nothing to do with them. And then to add insult to injury, yesterday they suspended one of their top executives, Ryan Gold, indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy because he's tipping picks and he's placing bets. So it's just, things are going from bad to worse out in Arizona. And looking at their schedule, I mean, goodness, they start off in LA against the Chargers, back home for the Seahawks, to San Francisco for the Niners, to New York against the Giants, maybe that one, but I don't see them winning that game. I mean, honestly, I don't see their best chance to win a game might not be until December 20th against the Jets. Honestly, when the Jets come into Arizona. So it's bad. It's bad for them right now. And their back end of the schedule is pretty soft. They may win 3 straight against the Jets, Saints, and Raiders. Maybe that gets them to 3. But yeah, it's tough for me to put any stock into the Cardinals winning 4 games this year. I think they probably will be the worst team in the league.
Do we see Carson Beck this year? We get Carson Beck. I mean, again, it's Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, and Carson Beck in that that quarterback room. And you mentioned the schedule. We're not going to see him anytime soon. But when's the earliest? I'm trying to think if I can pinpoint. Let's assume they're struggling, to say the least. When could they introduce Carson Beck? I mean, it's going to be Brissett, and then does Gardner Minshew get a crack at it first? I mean, you go and you're looking, the bye's week 14. Is it week 15 coming out of a bye week, and it's against the Jets, and it's Carson Beck against the Jets there?
It might be. I mean, it's not great either way. It's not great either way. But yeah, I mean, that's just the situation that they're in. And I'm assuming maybe so. Carson Beck might end up being third on the depth chart, but look, you're not going anywhere with Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew isn't all of a sudden going to show you something that you didn't already see. So maybe he skips Minshew and goes in right after Brissett inevitably gets pulled. But you look at it, the middle part of their schedule, I mean, do you really want to throw Beck out there against the Rams or against the Broncos in the next week or against the Cowboys the week after that or against the Seahawks or against the Rams after that? And then you got the Chiefs in Kansas City. I mean, there's just no let up. This is almost like a first place schedule for this Cardinals team, man. I feel bad for them. It's not going to be many opportunities.
Yeah, when you're in the NFC West and you happen to get the AFC West as well this year, that schedule, there's no going around it. I mean, it's going to be brutal. It's why the Cardinals could have the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft. Don't forget, though, we've got soccer coming up later on today. Third place action at BetMGM. The World's Game 2-up early payout is still going on. Get an early payout for a 2-goal lead. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any World's Game match. And if your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point of the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours, regardless of the outcome of the game. Up next, let's keep talking a little NFL, though. We're going to go out to Luke Easterling from Athlon Sports to talk a little bit more about the NFL, not only some of these divisions, but his thoughts on the players that are pushing on social media for the owners to be willing to go all grass on their fields like we're seeing during the World Cup. We'll get to that next here on BetMGM Game Day.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland filling in for Austin Huff today. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. We're hanging out here for another couple hours, getting into the World Cup again, coming up in a little bit as we got a third-place match later on today. Also, second half of the MLB season. More rumors out there around the trade deadline, which is coming up on August the 3rd. But look, NFL training camp gets going next week. We started our divisional previews, and last segment we were going through the NFC West. And to talk more about maybe the Seattle Seahawks and also some of the other storylines across the league, we go out and welcome in Luke Easterling, covers the NFL for Athlon Sports. He's also a member of the Pro Football Writers Association. Luke, you're based in the state of Washington, and we were just talking about the NFC West a little bit with the defending champions, Seattle Seahawks. And look, they're not the favorites to win that division. All the talk and hype is around the Rams, I guess understandably so. But what's your general thought on the NFC West as it stands right now heading into training camp?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting division. You've got kind of a three-horse race at the top where there's three teams that think they have a shot, and then there's the Arizona Cardinals who are looking forward to the 2027 NFL draft already. But the 49ers, I think, are an interesting team because I think Kyle Shanahan's always going to give them a chance because of just the coaching and the offense, and I think they're always going to be a difficult team to play. I think if you go back the last 2 years, even as injured as they've been, they were always a tough out for anybody. And so I think nobody wants to see San Francisco coming. They might be the best third place team in their division in the entire NFL when all is said and done. But really this comes down to those two teams at the top. And if you go back to, the NFC title game and go back to basically every time these teams played last year, the fact that we got to see it three times was pretty fun as just a general football fan. But this is going to come down to, a Rams team that, whether Aaron Donald comes back or not, obviously that's going to be its own thing if he comes back. But this is a team that has put themselves in a position to, if they don't win it all, it's a failure, right? It's a disappointment because of all the moves they've made to try to put themselves in position here. And because you just never know what year is going to be the last year for Matthew Stafford at his age with his injuries, like you just don't know. And so everything they've done is to set themselves up to win it all. Anything less than that is going to be falling short. And it's funny to talk about that in a division where the defending Super Bowl champions already exist in the Seattle Seahawks. And so the Seahawks, I think it's going to be about continuing to do what they do well while mitigating the fact that Clint Kubiak is gone, your offensive coordinator who engineered that great offense. Can you get the same production out of Sam Darnold with a new coordinator? Can you replace, the impact Kenneth Walker brought to the running game with Jadarian Price, the rookie first rounder? Can the interior of that offensive line hold up? I have faith in the defense. I'm interested to see if the offense can hang with what the Rams are going to bring to the table this year.
I want to stick out west, but on the other conference in the AFC, last year we saw the Broncos. They were able to get to the AFC Championship game, albeit they had to play that game without their starting quarterback, Bo Nix, and kind of the result is what we expected. But we see the headlines of Patrick Mahomes trying to push to get back for week one. Every time he's out there, you always have to give the Chiefs a fighting chance. There are people out there that are putting stock into the Chargers. I'm not necessarily one of them, but there are people out there that do believe in the Chargers. Where are you on the West? Do you think that the Broncos can kind of continue to ascend the way that they have the last 2 years with that elite defense and with a pretty good offense that, added Jalen Waddle this offseason?
Yeah, I think honestly it's funny. They're structured, the division is very similarly to what we just talked about with the NFC West, where the Raiders are the Cardinals, right? They're the team that kind of everybody expects to be at the bottom. You got the Chargers, who are the 49ers, right? Where it's just like, you've got what it takes to make the playoffs. You've got a quarterback you can rely on. You've got some pieces that are exciting. But, can you replace Jesse Minter as your defensive coordinator? Is the defense going to be, the same level that we've been used to from that unit? Are they going to be able to keep Justin Herbert healthy? That was a big issue when the injuries, kind of started to pile up on the offensive line. I think they've got some weapons, but they're in that, probably a wild card team because I just don't think they're in that same echelon with a healthy Chiefs team. And obviously what the Broncos bring to the table, assuming the quarterbacks are healthy for most, if not all of the season. I just think Denver's a more complete team. I think on both sides of the ball, I think they have arguably the best defense in the league. that probably outside Seattle. Them and Houston, I'd put them in the same boat. But when you have that kind of dominant defense, you've got a coach in Sean Payton who has a system that works. He's got, again, Jalen Waddle, I think, is going to do big things for that offense, going to open things up downfield. It's going to come down to, is Bo Nix healthy, and can he become more consistent? Can he become the player that, we saw flashes of it at times last year, but can he weekly be that guy? Can he weekly be the best version of himself and set that offense up for success? They added Jonah Coleman in the NFL draft, another great running back for that backfield. So I think it's going to be a frustrating backfield for fantasy teams. But I think that backfield is going to be nice and productive. And so the Chiefs, man, it's all going to come down to, have they given Mahomes enough on the offense? Can they protect him and keep him healthy? And are the weapons around him going to be enough to take that team where they need to go? I think I'll always have faith in Spags and that defense. But it's going to come down to whether or not Mahomes and that offense can get anywhere close to the offense they were 2 or 3 years ago.
We're talking to Luke Easterling, covers the NFL for Athlon Sports, focusing in on quarterback specifically. Just a couple names that I think at one point in time in their career, in one case it's 1 year, and in another case it's been a couple, we were putting them in the top 10 quarterback conversation for sure. I'm talking about Jaden Daniels. I'm talking about C.J. Stroud. Starting with Stroud, where are you at on him now? Because it feels like they've got the defense. I love their head coach, but that quarterback conversation around Stroud is gotten really dicey. A guy that looks like he has no confidence, or at least gets impacted early in a game and just is not able to regroup.
Yeah, Stroud's a tough one, man. Stroud is such an interesting case because it's a great, and I felt similarly about Justin Fields early in his career in Chicago, where if you look at the college tape, it's just, he's so polished. Go back and look at Justin Fields in the college football playoff against Clemson. He tosses 6 touchdown passes against Brent Venables, and he just looks unstoppable. Obviously, the NFL is a different beast, but as a quarterback, obviously, I didn't play at that level. And I played long enough to understand that what happens when you lose faith in what's happening in the trenches, right? When you lose faith in the protection and the offensive line, it degrades your mechanics as a quarterback. It's not just about your mental state and your confidence in what you're doing downfield. It's about, you can't operate and do the things a quarterback needs to do mechanically. Your footwork, your shoulders, your arm angles, everything that you need to be clean on a snap-by-snap, throw-by-throw basis to be a successful quarterback at that level. If you don't have confidence in what's happening in front of you, those things start to degrade. They start to fall apart because you are compensating for the fact that you have no faith in what's happening, particularly along the interior. Again, I talked about it with Seattle. That's still their biggest problem. Houston's biggest problem has been along the interior, where if you get that immediate, you talk to any quarterback, everybody talks about the edge rushers and they're all flashy and everything. As a quarterback, we hate interior pressure way more than edge pressure, because at edge pressure, we can step up. We can move into the pocket. We can see it coming and kind of elevate. Immediate interior pressure forces us to abandon. It forces us to get off of our feet. It forces us. It's way more uncomfortable. And so I think that's been the biggest issue for C.J. Stroud, is he's fallen away mechanically so far from the quarterback we saw as a rookie, mostly because of what's happening in the offensive line, that he's got to be able to find that. The team has to obviously do what they need to do in the trenches, but he's got to find a way to clean up his mechanics regardless of what's happening around him. And it's just so hard to do. It really, really is tough. So I'm hoping that happens, because he was such a special player as a rookie, and I hope he can recapture that. Jaden Daniels, it's easy, right? It's all about staying healthy. He's got to be able to avoid those injuries if he wants to be the version of himself that we saw as a rookie. You see what he's capable of and what's so special there, but the offensive line's got to hold up. He still doesn't have a reliable, consistent number 2 target outside of Terry McLaurin. So when defenses just, shade that side of the field and take him away, he's got to have somebody else that steps up and gives him a reliable target that's a number 2. And so hopefully that happens for him, because we've seen the best of these guys already. We've seen what they're capable of. I hope they're able to get back to that and even ascend past that this year and beyond.
Luke, last year going into the season, I looked at the Carolina Panthers as that team that I wanted to keep my eye on. For whatever reason, they intrigued me. I still believed in Bryce Young. I liked what they were doing. It seemed like they finally got some stability at the head coach position, at least for now. You never really know with Carolina. But who's kind of that surprise team for you that maybe isn't on a lot of people's radar going into this season? Who's maybe that team that you're looking out for to maybe win their division? Look, I brought up the Panthers. They won that division with a losing record last year, so I don't know how good they really were. But who's your team this year to watch out for that may end up being better than we're thinking?
Yeah, you're right about Carolina. First of all, I think, Dave Canales was the offensive coordinator in Tampa for one season, his first season as an offensive coordinator. And after 1 year, the Panthers gave him a head coaching job. And even just covering him for a year when I was working covering the Bucs, I knew right away, I was like, dang, man, this guy's going to be a really good head coach. And I wasn't happy as a Bucs guy to see it happen in Carolina, but it's not surprising to see him doing well in Carolina. If you spend 5 minutes with that guy, you kind of understand and it's not just about like what he does. The players will tell you, the players gravitate towards that guy, and they see how authentic and how real he is. And unfortunately it's happening again in their division, but I agree with you. I think Carolina's got some good things ahead because of what Dave brings to the table as a coach. That team for me this year is the Miami Dolphins. And I wrote about this a couple weeks ago at athlonsports.com. Everybody is just ready for them to pick number one overall this year. And I just don't see it. I don't think they're going to be bad enough. I genuinely don't. I think they went into this obvious rebuild with the perfect mindset, right? It's raise it all to the ground, eat all the dead cap, and get, unload all the aging veterans. They, again, traded Waddle away, but got a great deal, got some great assets for that, freed up the cap space. They move on from Tua, just take the hit, move on and deal with it. They move on from Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb, all these guys. And it set them up. They went into this draft, I think, with 13 draft picks in this class, and they loaded up. They drafted 3 wide receivers. They drafted 3 off-ball linebackers. They attacked positions where they needed immediate help, where they needed depth, where they needed different types of guys at receiver. They drafted a big, tall speed guy in Caleb Douglas. They drafted a tiny little speed guy in Kevin Coleman from Missouri. They drafted Chris Bell out of Louisville, who would have been a first-round pick if he hadn't torn his ACL. They get him in the 3rd round, and so many of these value picks they made in the draft, but it's about who they already have. It's they re-signed core guys. They identified who are the guys in their prime that we want to be a part of this rebuild and kind of set the tone for the culture of this organization. Who are the guys we need to move on from? Who are the young guys we need to bring in? And so what did they do? They broke the bank for Devon Achane, and they broke the bank for Aaron Brewer, 2 of the best players in the league at their positions. And they said, these are the guys who are in their prime, who are going to be the leaders in this organization, who, again, just in and of themselves, they are among the best players in the league. So you can say the Dolphins are going to be a bad team, but they got 2 of the best players at their positions in the league, and 2 positions that you want to talk about. Oh, they're undervalued. People don't value centers and running backs. Smart teams do. Smart teams know. Smart teams know that if you have special players at those positions, they can be difference makers. And so the key to all of this, obviously, is the quarterback position. And I think Malik Willis as a cheaper starting quarterback, if you go back and watch the time he got to play in Green Bay, just a completely different quarterback than he was when they threw him into the fire in Tennessee as a 3rd-round pick as a rookie. And so I remember evaluating him coming out of Liberty, and you saw the tools were there. It just was going to take some time. Tennessee, he didn't have the patience. They drafted Will Levis a year after they drafted Willis. They traded him to Green Bay. He goes to Green Bay, where everybody seems to be able to just sit, develop, wait, and then become successful. I don't know, man. I have a feeling that Malik Willis, I'm not saying he's going to be a top 10 quarterback. I'm saying he's going to be too good. And again, with Achane and Brewer on that offense and with the investment that they made in youth on defense, I think they're going to be a team. I don't think they make the playoffs, but if we're talking about, if you look at every early mock draft, all the Super Bowl odds, they're one of the 3 worst teams in the league for most people. I just don't see that. I think they're going to be a pain in the ass, frankly, for teams to play. I think they're going to win a handful of more games than people expect. And I think they're going to be more fun to watch than you would think of, a team that's going to be picking in the top 3 next year.
Luke Easterling covers the NFL for Athlon Sports. Last one for you. I'm sure you saw in the last 24 hours or so this renewed push from NFL players discussing the playing surface, seeing it throughout the World Cup. We all know these owners were willing to make the switch to make FIFA happy because they had to. When it comes to the NFL season, we know they're going right back in a lot of cases to that artificial playing surface. And I know why the owners do it. We all know why. Money, and also they want all these extra events. what do you make of just where the players are at? Does hashtag we're worth the cost and stuff actually going to cause anything to change?
Probably not, because it usually doesn't. But I'm make it clear that I'm on their side. It's laughable. It's absolutely laughable that the owners will roll out the red carpet and jump, say how high when FIFA says jump. But for the guys that actually play year round on this field, for an entire season and then, year after year after year to be like, oh, okay, the soccer's gone. We'll go back to not caring about you guys. It's laughable, man. There's not much language I can use that's appropriate to illustrate how frustrated I am with that type of process where, organizations that have infinite resources in a league that's a bazillion-dollar league can't we'll do this for a soccer tournament that lasts a month and a half, and they won't do it for their NFL players. It's absolutely laughable. It's ridiculous. I absolutely side with the players, as I do most, if not all the time, but it's a ridiculous situation. I have zero faith in the owners that they'll actually do what's right here and protect their players and do that. But good on the players for doing what they can, using their voices in whatever way they can. I hope they don't stop. I hope that every day until and whenever that might happen, that they are as annoying as possible and they don't let up, because if the owners aren't going to make a change, they at least need to hear about it all the time to the point where they get really, really angry.
Yeah, I think it might take a CBA type of decision, where they're going to have to.
It's got to, right? It's got to be something like that, where it's got to be in writing, and they've got to be kind of strong-armed into it, and they have to be given it to them. They've basically got to be able to. I go back to this line all the time. If you've seen the movie Air, the Michael Jordan movie with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, but the best line in that movie is from Viola Davis. No surprise, right? She's in the movie for 10 minutes and steals the whole show. But she says that basically in order for those level of people, for the owners to give any on the other side, they have to do it not out of charity, but out of greed. Like, so you've got to give them a reason for their capabilities. Like, you're going to make money because of this. That's how you have to convince these people. It's not just about, hey, this is what's best for your players. You got to give them a financial reason to benefit from it themselves. That's the only way.
Luke Easterling covers the NFL for Athlon Sports. Give him a follow on X if you don't already, at Luke Easterling. Great stuff, man. Hopefully we'll check in during the football season.
Thanks,
hey, my
Luke.
pleasure, guys. Enjoy your weekend.
Absolutely. Good stuff there from Luke, talking about the NFL a little bit. And I want to react a little bit on the other side, though, to what he had to say about Miami, because they certainly in the odds markets absolutely are one of those teams that everybody's expecting to have the number one overall pick in the draft. But this segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So we'll react a little bit what Luke had to say, plus a look at quarterback and coach combos, according to one publication as well, coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Third down and 10. Tua taking a deep shot, looking for Waddle. Waddle's down there, and he holds on, going to the ground. A juggling catch by Waddle.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That, of course, was Jalen Waddle for the Dolphins last year. Crazy catch against the Chargers all the way back in Week 6 on CBS. We know Waddle now a member of the Denver Broncos. Big asset now for Bo Nix to throw the football to, trying to repeat as AFC West champions. Meanwhile, our guest we just had on in the last segment was talking about the Miami Dolphins, Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland, with you here on BetMGM Game Day. And he was making the case that maybe the Dolphins are a surprise team. Not, as he said, not that he believes they're going to win the division or that they're going to make the playoffs, but that maybe they're not one of the 4 or 5 worst teams in the National Football League. He made a strong case. I don't know if I can get there, though. I mean, I think there's a real chance they're one of the 3 worst teams. Malik Willis, I agree, looked like he turned a corner, no doubt, in limited action there in Green Bay. Just a big unknown at coach, man. Like how many people honestly listening or watching on YouTube or Twitch know who the head coach of the Miami Dolphins is? Like legitimately. And that's Hafley, Jeff Hafley. Okay. He's the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. So it's a big wild card, number one. And yeah, Achan's a hell of a running back, but I look at the rest of that roster, now losing Waddle, losing Tyreek Hill. That team to me is absolutely roster-wise, based on a lot of unproven commodities, is a bottom 5 roster in the NFL. Now, maybe their draft, they hit on a bunch of these hidden gems. The chances of hitting on a bunch of those is slim. Here's how they open up the season for the Miami Dolphins. The Raiders, week 1, absolutely. The Dolphins can win that game. Those 2 teams are going to be battling for, I think, some of the worst records in football. Then the Niners, Kansas City, Minnesota, Cincy, in a bye. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games heading into their bye week. That looks like 1-4, right? 1-4 probably. Best case scenario, 2-3.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Dolphins are going to be good, and I think he tried to preference it by saying that as well. Like they're not going to be one of the better teams, but in terms of surprise teams, maybe not being as bad as we thought. It's possible. Look, at the end of the day, they get to play the Jets twice. So anything can happen in those 2 games. You talk about division games in general. It can be a little – I don't think Miami has a real home field advantage, but sometimes we've seen the Bills go down there and struggle with them at times. It's either the Bills or the Patriots, I feel like, that struggles in Miami.
Patriots, Patriots, I think.
Patriots. So, yeah, I mean, you never really know with division games. You can always steal one of those. You don't know which teams on the schedule is supposed to be good, but maybe won't be. Like, is it out of the realm of possibility that the Dolphins can go to Indianapolis and beat the Colts? Like, it's not impossible. And you talk about their coach, coming over, like he comes from Green Bay. So he also gets to have that familiarity with one Malik Willis. That helps. At least they still have Devon Achane. Like, I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm buying the Dolphins because I'm not, but I could see a scenario where there are 3 to 4 teams worse than them. Like, could the Jets be worse than them? Absolutely. We talked about the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals are going to be the worst team in football. Could the Raiders still be terrible again this year? They definitely could be. And I mentioned that NFC South, man. That NFC South stinks. You still have the Browns, although I think the Browns are going to be slightly better than maybe we're all thinking they're going to be, even though they traded Myles Garrett, which is crazy to say. But I actually think their offense is going to be better than they have been in years past. And getting Jared Verse, look, you still lose the best defensive player in the league.
Is that
terrible?
Is that a Deshaun Watson-led Browns team or a Shedeur Sanders-led Browns team?
I think it's going to be a little bit of both, honestly. I had Todd Monken on my show last week, and Todd talked pretty highly of the quarterback competition. He said that Deshaun Watson feels as good as he has probably since that trade from the Texans. So it does feel like it's Deshaun Watson's job to probably lose, which is so crazy to say considering all the sequence of events right now. But am I going to be shocked if Shador gets an opportunity this year? Absolutely not. I think we're going to see both of those guys play.
Yeah, my guess is, and I know we'll get to an AFC North preview in the next couple of weeks as we go through our divisions, but I feel like Deshaun gets the first crack at it. And look, if he takes the job and looks great and they're a surprise team, then he'll keep the job. But I'm assuming that Deshaun Watson at this point will start week 1, and then I don't know, by week 7, week 8, maybe earlier, they hand it back over to Shador, and then you cut. To me, that's the order you go in. If you think the competition is neck and neck, you're not going to start with Shador and then go to Deshaun Watson later.
Yeah.
To me, you'll start with Deshaun and then go to Shador. I don't know if it'll matter all that much, but I'm intrigued by certainly some of their draft picks and what Cleveland has there. I know you cover that division more closely than I do, having being big there in Baltimore and obviously keeping an eye on what the Cleveland Browns are doing. But we'll see. We'll see if there's surprises. We know it's the NFL. That's why we love it. There's always a surprise team or two. The parity in the league is fun. There's always a team that finishes last place that finds a way to maybe go all the way and win their respective division as well. This segment has been sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. We'll get to those QB coach combinations a little bit later on the show. Up next, back to the World Cup. Alex Salona, host of Hockman Crowder in Salona on WQAM in Miami, going to join us next to talk World Cup.
This is Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
2 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold with you. Cordell Woodland filling in for Austin Huff today. Coming up in 20 minutes or so, we will get right back into LeBron James, who is still waiting to let us all know where, in fact, he's going to end up here in 2026. And he made some comments over at Fanatics Fest in Brooklyn this week. Fanatics Fest is crazy sports memorabilia card show that gets bigger and bigger every single year. Tom Brady's been there. LeBron was answering some questions and seemed to be toying with the audience a little bit. So we'll get to those comments in just a bit. But we are a couple hours away from more World Cup action. Third place game going on in Miami with, of course, France and England. And then tomorrow we get a final with Argentina and Spain up in the New York area. To talk more about it, we go down to Miami, and guy that hosts at WQAM in Miami, Alex Solana, kind enough to join us. He also, I think, just wrapped up his summer of soccer on WQAM just moments ago, and he's kind enough to join us. So, Alex, great to have you on the show. Let me just start with what's going on in your neck of the woods down in Miami. We were trying to just explain, as Americans, third place, matched, it doesn't resonate with us other than the Olympics, I guess, in the World Cup. But you're there. How big is this for England and France today, despite both, of course, wishing they were playing in a final tomorrow?
Yeah, I get it, man. I've seen all the tweets and the takes that have been fired off. Our American minds, we can't comprehend. Why would you, it's over. Why are you playing another game if you're not in the final? And by the way, the French and English manager both said the same thing. Yeah, we don't want to play in this game. We wish we were playing in the final. So the players are privy to it, obviously. But the reality is, look, a World Cup third place game has been played at pretty much every single World Cup. And here's the way I look at it, gentlemen. I mean, come on. We're on BetMGM. This is another opportunity to make a little money. All right? Come on. This is a little opportunity where in 11 of the last 12 third place games in World Cup history, over 3 goals have been scored. So over 3.5. I know most of the money is on it, but it feels like a pretty sure thing. And the way I look at it is I'm a passionate soccer fan. I always have been. My family's from Uruguay, and we stunk at this tournament. But the way I look at it is England and France are 2 world-class teams. Even their bench and their players that didn't get in to the semifinals and haven't played, for a lot of minutes throughout the tournament, those are still world-class players. So this can still be an exciting match. For those Americans who can't comprehend the third place game, they're the same people yelling, I want more goals in soccer. This probably is the game that's going to lead to more goals. You're still watching world-class players. I think there's still an excitement level down here in Miami for the game, even though it's the dreaded participation trophy game today that's happening.
Well, Alex, you talked about how neither France or England wanted to be in this game. These are 2 proud countries. They feel like they're good enough, and really they are good enough to be playing in tomorrow's final. Why are they in the third place game? What do you think is the reason that they weren't able to make it to Sunday?
Well, I'll start with England because it feels like everybody's just been crushing England, so why not? The reality is they came into this tournament. Yeah, look, you mentioned I'd wrapped up my soccer show, and the amount of just people that were ready to just rip the English manager, who is German, by the way, and he was brought in to basically change the mentality of this English side, who have historically just collapsed in games like that. I mean, we're talking about time after time. It happened in 1996 in Germany, 1998 against Argentina, 2002 against Brazil. They did it against Portugal in 2004. I can go on and on, guys. 2018 against Croatia in the European Championships, a lead in the knockout round, and they end up losing the game. And this situation was supposed to be different. This situation, this manager was supposed to come in and almost change the identity of England, where they weren't going to buckle in the big moment. They weren't going to miss the big penalty. They weren't going to end up losing in the knockout round because they shot themselves in the foot. And it ended up happening again. Argentina has scored more goals in the last 15 minutes of games in World Cup history. 12 of their 19 goals have come after the 75th minute. I mean, it's ridiculous. And if you're England, after watching what Argentina has been able to do time and time again late in games, the idea that you'd be comfortable with a 1-0 lead with 15 minutes to go, 20 minutes to go in the game is just so damn dumb from a tactical perspective. And it burned them. And Argentina, by the way, they didn't get lucky with a penalty. I know a lot of people were talking about how the FIFA president wants Argentina to win, and they benefited from some favorable officiating against Egypt. Like, all those things can be true. That first goal from Enzo Fernandez was an absolute banger of a goal. And then Leo Messi, how many times for soccer fans have you heard this? Even casual soccer fans have heard this. Force Messi to his right. If you let him go left, he's going to burn you with a goal. I mean, we've been hearing that for 20 years. This dude made his debut in 2004 at Barcelona. 22 years later, people are still talking about the same thing. Well, guess what? They forced him to his right. He still put a perfect John Stockton-esque pass right on the head of Lautaro Martinez. Like, it's just you can't defend for 30 minutes against that team. You just can't. And France ran into a machine. Spain maybe wasn't the favorite coming in, but they were second or third behind Argentina, behind France. And they play so damn well defensively. I mean, so damn well defensively that to break through against them is almost impossible. They've conceded 1 goal all tournament. The reality is France, Spain, Argentina, England were the 4 best teams coming into this tournament. And I could have seen a scenario where any of those 4 were playing in the final, but the 2 best teams, you have the best attack, 19 goals for Argentina, are in the final, and the best defensive team, who have only conceded 1 goal in Spain, are in the final. Those 2 teams deserve to be there. Unfortunately for France and England, who are good enough to win this tournament, they just fell short.
Alex Solana joining us here on Westwood One Sports, talking about the World Cup ahead of not only today's third place match, but of course, as you were referencing there, the big final up in the New York area tomorrow with Spain and Argentina. Argentina's just been clutch this entire tournament. I mean, we always are trying to find the equivalent to American sports. It's like you never count out Brady, you never count out Mahomes late. You don't want to have them with an opportunity to get you. Is this Argentina team, I guess it'd be silly for me to ask you, are they capable of doing it one more time? I mean, of course the answer is yes, but what's the difference for them? I mean, can they afford to get down, though, to Spain and rely on a late heroic?
No, they can't. I'm glad you asked it, because everybody's just expecting it now. Like, if Spain goes up 1-0 tomorrow at any point in this game, think about the amount of money, the amount of wagers that are going to be placed on Argentina to win that game. Like, people, it's almost like it's a strategy at this point. You're just waiting for Argentina to go down 1-0, and then you're going to hammer Argentina money line. But look, can it happen? Yeah, this team just feels like a team of destiny, man. They really do. And I say that begrudgingly, because I don't want Argentina to win this game tomorrow. Personally, because I'm from Uruguay, and that's our biggest rival. Like, that's like a Red Sox fan rooting for a Yankee fan. I mean, it would never happen, right? But I can also recognize greatness. Objectively, I can recognize a team. You mentioned Mahomes. It reminds me of the Chiefs a couple of years ago, where every game they're down a touchdown in the fourth quarter, but every bounce worked their way. Yes, the officiating probably always worked their way. Yes, every call worked their way, but also Patrick Mahomes just found a way to win games. They get back to the Super Bowl. But if you remember, that team lost in the Super Bowl to an Eagles team that overall was just better. And I can see that happening tomorrow, where you're in a situation where Spain overall is just better. My dog is getting excited over Argentina, so I apologize if you hear the barking. But the reality is, Spain to me is not going to allow Argentina to dominate the final 30 minutes. They're just too good defensively.
Alex, we've heard a lot about Spain and, you know, the juggernaut that they are, the complete unit that Spain is. You've referenced how they've only given up 1 goal this entire tournament. And I feel like that has been the number one highlight for this team. Every time somebody talks about Spain, it's about how you can't score on them, how great their defense is. Well, the name of the game is still to score. What is Spain's offense like? What are people looking forward to when they watch Spain's offense on Sunday?
Oh, Spain, they can still score. Lamine Yamal is like the next best story in this tournament. There's so many storylines going into this, right? Like when you think about Messi can surpass Diego Maradona with another World Cup, he would undoubtedly become the GOAT with 2 World Cup titles, in my opinion, at least the modern day GOAT. But Lamine Yamal, no player in the history of this game has won a European championship as a starter and a World Cup as a starter at under the age of 20. So he can already do something that Leo Messi, it took him until he was like almost in his early 30s to do, which is have success at the international level. He's 19, guys. He turned 19 a couple days ago. Like he wouldn't even be able to buy a beer in the United States. And he can do something that Messi was never able to do. They have Lamine Yamal, but they also have Oyarzabal, who has scored 5 goals already. This dude has been absolutely dominant for them. This team, they're as well-rounded as any team in the tournament. They just play a different style, right? Like when you think about France, you think about Mbappe and Dembele and Olise and Barcola, and they're just going. They're trying to just rip you down the middle, through the sides. They just want to come at you any which way. Spain is a little bit more patient. They're a little bit more wary of, we're not going to allow you to beat us on the counterattack, so we're not going to push everybody forward. But guys, they have this dude, Cucurella, plays on the left. He's got the beautiful flowing hair. You'll see it tomorrow. You can't miss him. He's able to go up and be a danger in the box. They can score because they have a guy like Lamine Yamal or Oyarzabal who are just so spectacular in those set pieces as well. It's one of those situations where like they're just so talented all around. They could potentially win this game 3-0 tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it'll play out that way. But essentially, like they're him, you know, like they really are coming into this tournament, top to bottom. That roster in the attack, just as good as anybody outside of France.
As you mentioned, as we're talking with Alex Solana here of WQAM in Miami, you mentioned it is BetMGM game day. So from a betting angle, I believe the total is sitting at 2.5 for the final tomorrow. Of course, Spain is the favorite. You can get Argentina at plus money in both regulation, but also, of course, just to win the title or win the championship, I should say. So what would you do if you were, maybe you already have placed a bet?
I think the smart bet is what we talked about, which is waiting for Argentina to go down 1. That really is it's not a dumb bet. Argentina to win to me makes more sense because I can see them winning from a betting standpoint, and you get better odds betting Argentina, right? So to me that is, but if you want to go with the safe bet, it's Spain to score the first goal and Spain to win this game. But I anticipate this being a low-scoring game. I know there's a lot of people that are going to bet the over. They want to see more goals. And maybe you remember that 3-3 World Cup final in 2022 between Argentina and France, which was just such an effing great game. Like, overall, it was just such a spectacular game. I don't think, as much as I just got done talking to you about how great the Spanish attack is, to me, they're just so well organized in the back, and they really try to stay true to their defensive principles, that this game is going to be a slugfest. It's going to be a grind, and I don't think I'd bet the over, and I don't think either team will win by multiple goals. I really do think like this has like a 2-1 affair, 1-0, like that type of game, 1-1 going into extra time, penalties, because neither team is going to want to give an inch in this type of environment and in this with the stakes this high. And both teams are capable of playing that style, right? Like where there's going to be some physical play tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of hard fouls tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised to see a red card. From the betting angle, the safe bet is probably Spain money line. The fun angle and the better bet overall, just in terms of value, is Argentina money line. But don't be surprised if this goes into extra time. I'd maybe consider taking a flyer on this one, not ending after 90 minutes.
Alex, you've talked about a lot of the stars that are, and look, all 4 of these teams playing this weekend have their fair share of them. But is there, for the people, and I'm not sure if you're into placing any prop bets or anything like that. But of course, everybody, when they do those, they're going to look for the stars. They're going to try to give Messi, look for Messi goals, or assists. Are there any players that you're looking at that you feel like will have an impact on Sunday's game that maybe we haven't spoken about?
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, how do you stay away from Messi anytime goal scorer? Like, I don't know. It's impossible, right? It feels like it's impossible. And in a perfect world, you'd have Messi and Lamine Yamal scoring, and like they're going back and forth. So yeah, for sure. What I would say is, maybe look for like a Leo Messi assist. If Argentina is going to score, he's going to be involved. He's been involved in both goals against England. He was involved. To me, that seems like a better prop bet than just expecting Messi to score because he's Messi. And who knows, man? Who knows what's going to happen? This game could start tomorrow, and Leo Messi could score a hat trick, and it's the greatest performance in the history of sport that a 39-year-old is just doing this stuff. Like, it doesn't happen in soccer. To put it in perspective, I was looking up like the age of retirement of some former greats: Ronaldinho, Zinedine Zidane, Thierry Henry. Everybody loves his coverage on Fox. Like, these dudes at 39 were getting drunk, going to the club, having kids, getting married, having affairs. Like, these dudes weren't at 39 years old dominating. So who knows? But I would consider Messi, goal contribution, assist for sure, if Argentina is going to get in. And I talked about, for Spain, his name is Oyarzabal, Mikel Oyarzabal. I'm saying it with a Spanish accent. I don't know why. I literally can't not say it that way because I watch his games for
I love it.
Real Sociedad.
Yeah.
It works.
I'm not from Spain. I don't know why I keep saying it that way. I hate myself for it, but I watch his games and that's how the announcers say it, so I can't not say it. He scored 5 goals already at this tournament. This dude is so sneaky good. Anytime goal scorer for him wouldn't surprise me because all the money's going to be on Lamine Yamal, but he hasn't been their most clinical goal scorer in this tournament. It's been Oyarzabal. So that's who I would go with. Messi, goal contribution, assist if you can get it, and Mikel, who wears the 21 jersey for Spain to score a goal.
Last one for you real quick here. We know the expansion this year of the tournament. A lot of people were skeptical of it. Now there's already talk about if it comes back to the U.S. in 2038, that'd be the time to expand it again, because I guess in the U.S. we love just to expand all kinds of things. Do you believe the expansion has been been fine this go around? And do you think there's a real case that in 10 years or so we see this thing expand even more?
Yeah, I have no doubt that FIFA is just going to keep lining their pockets and make this the most profitable thing every 4 years as they can. And by the way, like, they didn't necessarily try to hide it this go around, right? I mean, the ticket prices were insane. I'm sure you guys have talked plenty. Everybody's talked about, like, just in general, how absurd these prices were compared to other World Cups. And by the way, I'm not complaining about it per se. Like, I do think the game should be a little bit more accessible for people. With that being said, we live in the real world, and if there's a price point set, the market tends to work things out. I paid a lot of money to go watch Uruguay here in Miami for 2 separate games, and guess what? I would have done it again, even knowing the result, which were just brutal for my fandom. So that's just the reality of it. We also saw the plus side of it. How many people had Cabo Verde or Cape Verde coming into this tournament and becoming the Cinderella story of this tournament? Nobody was talking about them seriously before this tournament. How many people had Egypt almost knocking out Argentina with that 2-0 lead and taking them to the death? How many people had Norway? While yes, they had Erling Haaland and Martin Odegaard, nobody had Norway almost beating England in the quarterfinal. Like, that was kind of a stretch. So you look around, I think, Democratic Republic of Congo played a fantastic game against Colombia and almost got through in the knockout rounds. And wasn't it Senegal that had a 2-0 lead against Belgium? Like, these are teams that prove, these are teams that prove that you put more teams in. Soccer's so random. it's not a best of 7 series. It's one game, 90 minutes, and anything can happen. To me, it proved that 48 teams was fun. It was worth it. And I don't know about you guys, but I love the idea of for 2 weeks at noon, at 3, at 6, at 9, and sometimes at midnight, there was something to watch for us. So I enjoyed it. It wouldn't surprise me if they end up going to 64 teams. Would that dilute some of the quality matches further? Probably. But I think FIFA would be willing to compromise that for some extra bucks. And overall, we get more games. I wouldn't complain too much about it. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss it here after Sunday. It's been a fun 5 weeks or so of soccer here in the United States, or I should say just in North America. Alex Solana of WQAM in Miami. Appreciate it, man, and enjoy the match this afternoon.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Thank you for having me. I'm hoping LeBron announces he's coming back to South Beach at some point over the next couple hours, too. That's what I'm really hoping for. I cannot believe you guys brought on a Miami guy, and we never talked LeBron. That is commitment. That is commitment to the FIFA World Cup. I love it. I absolutely love you guys.
I was going to say, LeBron's got to – he'll appreciate it. Yeah, LeBron's got to wait till the World Cup's over. He's got to have the spotlight to himself, so he'll wait till after today and tomorrow, and then he'll make his decision. All right, great stuff there.
As long as he's in South Beach, we don't care.
Yeah, there you go. All right, up next, let's talk about LeBron, who did drop maybe a hint or two at Fanatics Fan Fest this weekend up in the New York area. Where could he end up? Will we have a decision by the time we do this show again next week? That's next.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, we waited long enough, Cordell, to talk about LeBron James. We stalled as long as possible. He's stalling, so we figured we'd stall a little bit as well. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll get to a little leaderboard update, what's going on at the Open Championship there after all the drama from Bryson DeChambeau. Also, one final bet or two heading into the third place match this afternoon down in Miami, as we were just talking to our guest about England and France later on this afternoon. You guys could always interact. I'm sure somebody listening has some thoughts on where they want LeBron James to land as well. You guys can interact on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. Let us know where you believe LeBron is headed. You could also call or text in at 310-840-4910. Let's talk LeBron because he made his first public appearance this week, in fact. And so if you've listened to this show a bit and you happen to you maybe follow me on social media, you know I'm really big into sports cards and memorabilia. So I do the breaks of cards, and it's been something I've been into for quite a bit. Like a lot of people got back into it during COVID, and it's blown up. And look, it's gotten very expensive, unfortunately, but it's as popular as it's ever been. And so there's this big convention called Fanatics Fest that Fanatics launched a couple years ago, and it keeps growing each and every year. And they purposely coincided it this year with the World Cup. And I believe they had Messi made an appearance, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, I think it was, or 2 days ago, at the Fanatics Fest. And they have all these tables with different card vendors, but also you have some big time celebrities that are there. So Tyrese Halliburton had his podcast. And so they had, a couple years ago, or a year ago, it was Kevin Durant that was announcing his decision essentially, or the news broke that he was traded, I guess, while he was at Fanatics Fest. This go around, it was LeBron James on stage. And he didn't announce where he was going, Cordell, but he definitely dropped maybe a hint, and then he acted like it wasn't. So he was being interviewed, talking on this podcast, and he said, quote, "I want to join a franchise that kind of shares the same model myself of practicing championship habits every day, but trusting the process more than anything. You trust the process of actually," and then he got cut off by fans, and then Tyrese Halliburton was like, hold on. And LeBron James, of course, was adamant that that was not an Easter egg or anything like that. So, of course, everybody speculated that he was talking about the Philadelphia 76ers, where they're a team, a potential landing spot for him. One, we joke about this whole thing installing because even Adam Silver was like, hey, we can't make this damn schedule till LeBron figures out where he's going to go, because we got to know where we're putting him on Christmas Day and what team we're scheduling on Christmas and opening night and everything like that. I'm convinced, man, we get an answer when this World Cup is done. Like, not as in, like, no kidding, but I'm talking like Monday or Sunday night it leaks out. I think he wants the stage to himself. He does not want to announce Sunday morning and then the World Cup happens, the final happens, or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen reports that are saying that it looks like he's hoping to have a decision made by early next week, and he might already have his decision made. It's just a matter of us finding out. But look, I am somewhat biased in this. I am a Heat fan. I would love for Bron to come back to South Beach. Bron is still, everybody wants to talk about his age and how he should retire. Bron is still a guy that can contribute in this league, still one of the best players on his teams. You go to that Laker team this year, one of the big reasons that they were even able to limp into the playoffs is because of what LeBron was doing down the stretch, because Luka gets hurt and Austin Reeves gets hurt. And really, even before that, I think we were getting our best version of LeBron that we got the entire season, as he had finally started to slide into that third option on that Lakers team. And what did that do? Now LeBron's getting triple doubles. Now LeBron is able to score way more efficiently than he has been. I still think this dude is a guy that you can bring on your team, and he be one of the best contributors on that roster. So when you look at the three teams under consideration, obviously Miami being one of them, you mentioned the Sixers as well, and then Cleveland. Cleveland, to me, is the worst out of the group. I mean, everybody is expecting it because for obvious reasons, him being from Akron and being drafted by the Cavs and bringing them that title a few years back with Kyrie. I just don't see it with this Cavs team. Number one reason, James Harden's on that roster. I would want nothing to do with the Cavaliers if I'm LeBron James. He and the owner, Dan Gilbert, have never really seen eye to eye. Bron going back to Cleveland the last time, he made it clear he did that for the fans, not for Dan Gilbert. So I don't really see that happening. Miami, it seems like he and Pat Riley have kind of patched up that relationship a little bit. Pat has been open the last few years of saying, like, we left the key under the mat for LeBron. Whenever he wants to come back, the door is always open. And I firmly believe that. Obviously, Miami gets Giannis to go along with Bam. They need shooters. LeBron doesn't necessarily fall into the shooter's basket, no pun intended. But Bron is still a guy. I expect Miami to be one of the best defensive teams in the league this year. I know they're going to want to get out on the open floor, get in some transition, be able to score points off turnovers. That's LeBron. And he would be able to have the ball in his hands still as well. To a degree, Giannis can do it. They would be able to do a bunch of different things, but their thing is needing to add shooters. Philly, I hate to say it, but Philly, that would look like an all-star team almost. I mean,
yeah.
Jaylen Brown there. They've got Maxey. They've got VJ Edgecombe. Embiid's the big question mark. What is he going to be if he's there? But, I mean, no doubt you start looking at LeBron and that starting five. It's intriguing without a doubt, and they would easily look like probably the best team in the East and one of the best teams in the league. So I do think he has a real a big decision to make, but for him, he's still wanted by these competing teams. And I think he's in a situation where if he goes to Philly or Miami, I think it's a good spot for him either way.
I think if we're just saying to win a championship, the only team of that group that I actually think can go and do that is the Philadelphia 76ers. I right now, look at Miami without LeBron, and I understand why they made the trade for Giannis, but I don't believe that puts them as the third best team even in the East. I don't. Maybe you disagree, but I don't have them as the third best. They get LeBron, it puts them in the top three for me in the Eastern Conference. And so I guess if that's the case, then maybe you consider them a true title contender. I think the Sixers are the only team that would have a chance to go and win one. The Cavs, I understand what they did this year. If they add LeBron, to me, I don't believe he'll win a championship there again, but someone that is a neutral observer that works and lives in a market without an NBA team, and so I don't really have a rooting interest. I would love him to go back to Cleveland. I get your point that it doesn't make as much sense other than the storybook ending stuff, but I would want it for that because I believe LeBron James likes the story, likes that aspect of it, and he knows that's probably the best story here is to end his career back home in Cleveland. Other than that, the next best thing, of course, is winning a championship. So, my guess is right now that it's Philadelphia. I don't know. Like, I know you said Miami. If I had to give you $100 to make a bet, who are you betting on him actually choosing maybe in the next couple days?
It's so tough because the Miami stock has been going up. Like, Brian Windhorst has been dropping more and more hints that Miami is more of a and I'm trying not to sound biased. I really am. But you brought up, what LeBron's thinking. I don't think it's lost on Bron that everywhere he has gone, he has won a championship. And I think at this stage of his career, while he wants to compete for championships, and he should, I don't know if he wants to have the pressure of going to Philly and having to go win another championship for a new franchise. The perk of going back to Cleveland or going back to Miami, he's already won a championship at both of those places. So it isn't that, Bron has to continue to win championships for every new team he plays for. Philly has to be the next one, especially with the roster that they already have in place. The expectation is going to be all the way to the moon if he goes to Philadelphia. So I think I'm not saying that that's going to be the biggest factor in his decision, but I'd be surprised if that's not in the back of his mind. There is familiarity, at least in Miami. Miami is the one place in LeBron's career to this point that I stand on that he has only had to be a player. In Miami, he didn't have to be GM because you got you've got Pat Riley that's making all the decisions as the team president. He didn't have to be the coach because he's playing for arguably the best coach in the league in Eric Spoelstra. So I think there is familiarity there. And he said he wants to go somewhere that has good golf weather. Well, I mean, South Beach kind of trumps Philadelphia in that regard as well. But I'm not ignoring how good that Sixers roster is. But this is why they play the games. I think wherever he goes in the East, they are going to be a top 3 team in that conference.
We'll find out. We'll see if we finally get our answer. LeBron James dropping a hint, even if he claims it wasn't. Perhaps he was just toying with the fans a little bit there at FanFest. Don't forget, by the way, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Up next, though, let's check in on the second half of this baseball season. Some teams that are currently in position to win their divisions. We'll take a look at some of the odds to win the National League East, for example, and also the World Series. That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on Westwood One Sports, Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you for another hour and a half or so on this Saturday. We'll talk a little baseball here in just a second. We're also about 15 minutes away from checking in on college football. And yeah, that'll be here before we know it. Week 0, I think, is August 29th or something. So we're about 5 weeks or so out of the start of the college football season. Media days are going on, so we'll check in and see how things are going as SEC Media Days begin coming up this week as well. We'll have a guest join us, Shihan Jawaraja from CBS Sports, going to join us for a chance to check in on the SEC, some of the storylines, including some pretty strong comments from a couple coaches. I don't know if you saw Pittsburgh's head coach claiming the ACC has better talent than the Big Ten, which is not correct, by the way. Not a correct comment.
It's a good joke,
absolutely
though.
Not true. But anyway, it is. Yeah, it absolutely is. All right, let's talk a little baseball, though, here, Cordell, because, look, it's the second half. You and I already talked about the trade deadline and how teams might approach that over the next 2.5 weeks or so leading up to August 3rd. But you look at this second half and some teams, who are you buying into and maybe betting on here over at BetMGM? Because let's start with the AL East, where the Yankees are just slightly below odds on the Rays, right? So the Yankees are even money. The Rays are minus 105. Those are the only two teams really in the thick of things. The Red Sox, they'll have won 11 in a row. They're making an interesting push for the wild card, not for the American League East. Are you buying into the Yankees, knowing that they're getting Aaron Judge? We think back at, I mean, we don't know for sure exactly when, but we think he's coming back before the playoffs, right?
That's the thing. I mean, we think we are, but I think we got an update on Judge yesterday, and it was still like they're in wait and see mode. I don't trust the Yankees. I just don't. I don't trust them without Judge right now, and that's Judge is just one of their big guys that they're missing right now. They're missing a couple of their pitchers as well. This is just a really banged up team. And some of those guys are working their way back. It looks like Fried is about to kind of get ramped up here pretty soon and work his way back. But until they get Judge back in that lineup right now, I can't trust them. So, yeah, I'm probably still leaning on the Rays. And look, the Rays have shown in the past that they can get off to these scorching hot starts and completely collapse. You go back to 2023, the Rays were the best team in the American League going into the All-Star break. And that second half of the season, they end up getting lapped by the Orioles. So anything can happen, but I like this Rays team. I think that they are one of the more well put together teams in baseball. Also one of the cheapest, shocker there. But I think the Rays are going to be able to kind of hold on. I do think the Yankees have another run or two left in them, but I think the Rays will be able to hold on to this division.
Hey, we're talking about Junior Caminero, who right now is maybe the second best player in baseball behind Ohtani, just in terms of just right this second and what you're getting out of him from his power perspective. Caminero has been sensational. And so when you look at the Rays, and you're right, they're not a team that's spending a bunch of money. You always worry with these conversations just at the deadline. They're not going to be the most aggressive team at the deadline. Normally, they're the team that's willing to trade away established pieces to get their organization better. But in a year like this, I don't think they're going to be the team making the most moves. So then you're saying, okay, status quo, is that good enough to win the AL East? And I think it is this year. To your point about the Yankees' flaws and some of the questions that we have about them the rest of the way. So Tampa Bay is a favorite in the American League East. Now, bigger picture AL winner, you can take a look at those particular odds as well. The Yankees are the favorite, though, to win the American League. So that's interesting at plus 210. The Mariners sitting around, 375. The Rays 5-1. Again, you can shop around a little bit and find some different numbers. But over at BetMGM, you take a look. And if you're making a bet there, the Rays at 5-1. Are you a big enough believer there at 5-1, though, for the American League? It's one thing I think they win this division. I think the Mariners are still kind of the team people are not talking about enough, sitting at plus 375. They're a team I could see being aggressive here at the deadline in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, I've mentioned the Mariners in the past a little bit, and people have kind of laughed at me when I do because they just don't buy the Mariners. But Yeah, I mean they're in second place at plus 450 to win the American League. I got to see what the Mariners do at the deadline, though. And that's the thing. The American League is kind of a crapshoot. And I think that's why you see the Yankees still at the top, because Vegas doesn't know who to put stock into. They don't know what to believe. The Rays being behind the Mariners is a little bit of a head scratcher for me, but I like those odds at plus 24, plus 525. I couldn't, as I sit here today, I really don't know who's coming out of the American League. I don't feel strongly that it's going to be the Yankees, though. But at the same time, I don't feel as strong that it's going to be the Rays or the Mariners either. The Mariners do intrigue me. God knows they have the rotation to compete with anybody. And it feels like their offense has started to pick it up a little bit, not necessarily last night, but yeah, I do think this is a Mariners team that has more left to give than what they've shown. As I look at it, though, to come out of the American League, I don't feel comfortable putting money on any of these teams, to be honest with you, not even the Yankees. As I sit here today, if I had to, I guess it might be New York, just in the hopes that, all right, Judge comes back maybe late August or mid-August or something like that. And then by the time the season ends, he's kind of back to being his usual self. And they just get hot in the playoffs, because really, there could be a team with a losing record that sneaks in the American League as a wild card. It's just crazy to say right now. So, yeah, I guess you could go with the Yankees at plus 220, but I really don't feel comfortable putting money on any of those teams.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token. Use the token. You can add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars at BetMGM. I will say one bet that I have not fired off yet, and I'm contemplating. I mentioned Junior Caminero and the Rays. So to win to be the AL, or I guess all across both leagues, home run leader. So not just the AL, I'm sorry, MLB home run leader. There's a market for that over at BetMGM. Kyle Schwarber is the favorite. He's got 32 homers right now, so that makes sense at minus 120. Yordan Alvarez with the Astros at plus 210. He's got 31. Then Junior Caminero, 3.5 to 1. James Wood is 9 to 1. Ben Rice is 10 to 1. Rice has 29. Caminero has 28. James Wood of the Nats has 28 as well. I don't hate a little flyer on Caminero at 20 with 28 home runs. He's already 4 back. I get it. So you get a head start by having Schwarber. That's why he's the favorite. That's a fun market for me, especially I'm in a market now where the baseball team I cover is vastly disappointing and one of the worst teams in all of baseball, the Kansas City Royals. So I need some other reason why I should be paying attention still here down the stretch.
I'm right there with you. The team I cover here in Baltimore, the Orioles, they've been one of the more disappointing teams in baseball. But don't look now. They are on their longest win streak of the season at 5. They've won 7 of their last 10.
Oh, boy. Look out.
And somehow they're only 2 games back of the last wild card spot. So it is crazy. But a bet that I put in last year, and I think I did the show with PJ Glasser at the time, and I did a bet. I took the Blue Jays like plus 3. So I think it may have been plus 375 at the time to make the playoffs. And PJ was like, man, this isn't a team you trust. And typically I agree. You don't trust the Blue Jays. I'm there this year. I'm out on them this year. But they ended up obviously doing what they did. This year, my sneaky team to make the playoffs, I'm going with the Cardinals. They're at plus 225 right now. They're tied as it sits for that last wild card spot in the National League. So I think that the Cardinals could be one of those teams. I'm interested to see what they do at the deadline. They haven't been great here recently, but I do think they're a couple of pieces away from at least being able to be a bona fide wild card team. So that's the team that when I look at the odds, I actually don't mind putting a little bit of coin on the Cardinals to make the playoffs.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy month and a half, 2 months, specifically in the AL, but even with what you're discussing in the National League Central and seeing what the Cardinals are capable of doing. And the trade deadline, will even some of this out a little bit. There's going to be a couple teams that truly, for organizational reasons and who they have in place in their front office, are going to choose not to sell for their own job security, which is not great for the long-term health of your organization. We'll see how it plays out. All right, up next, let's get into some college football with SEC Media Days on the horizon. We'll talk to a writer for CBS Sports. Shehan Jayaraja joins us next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
3 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Final hour of the show today. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland filling in for Austin Huff. We'll get to some of our best bets, including for third place World Cup match coming up in just a bit as well. Later on this hour, of course, France and England. And then tomorrow we get the final with Argentina and Spain up in New York, the New Jersey area as well. So that's coming up in just a little bit. But we mentioned SEC Media Days coming up. Big 12 just had theirs in Frisco. There was even some comments, as we were joking about, with Pittsburgh's head coach talking about the ACC versus the Big Ten and the talent. To talk a little bit more about that, we go out and welcome in a national college football writer for CBS Sports, Jahan Jayaraja, kind enough to join us here on Westwood One. It's great to have you. You know, I'm in Big 12 country here, so I'm a little biased, but the storylines out of that conference here recently have been some of the more interesting ones, of course, around Brendan Sorsby, for example, and Texas Tech and the relationship between Tech and the Big 12. This Texas Tech is certainly been atop that conference for a year or two. Do you agree, though, that the Big 12 as a whole, the conference, should be, I guess, allowing them to run the show a little bit more than what they have? Do you think the Big 12 is treating Texas Tech fairly?
Yeah, I think that they're totally being treated fairly, right? I think that when you look at Texas Tech right now, like you said, I mean, they are the top dog in the league right now. I think they're going to win the Big 12 again. I think that they're the Big 12's best shot at a national championship. But also, history didn't start in 2025 either, right? And I think that when you look at this group of 16 teams, when I look at kind of the identity of the Big 12, frankly, it's a group of teams that, one, are all strivers, that all want to compete at the highest levels with everything that they have available to them. But also, two, by the way, are teams that were not welcome in the Big Two leagues. If Texas Tech could leave and go to the SEC or the Big Ten, they would have already done so. And so I think that, look, obviously there have been some disagreements. Texas Tech is being very loud right now in a lot of ways, but I think that this is also still a league that really is, you know, it's people and groups and schools that generally like each other, that generally are rowing in the same direction. Now, again, I think that there will be more teams that have to step up and compete with Texas Tech at the highest level. But yeah, I think that it's been totally fair the way that Brett Yormark and the Big 12 have responded to some of the things that Texas Tech has tried to do.
Now, I did want to go to the ACC real quick because I saw Bill Belichick, head coach of North Carolina, and obviously a lot of attention put on Bill and that program, disappointing 4-8 season last year. But Bill is saying coming into this year that he's expecting them. He's saying that they are, quote, way ahead of where they were last year, and he's saying that he thinks that this is going to be a night and day difference this year. What do you think he means by that? Should we expect that record to flip and them be and the Tar Heels be 8-4 this year? Are we expecting baby steps? What does night and day mean in your mind when it comes to the Tar Heels?
Well, I sure hope that they're night and day different than what they were at the beginning of last year when they were a total mess. You know, I think that Bill Belichick didn't necessarily understand what he was getting himself into when he decided to join college football. I think he sort of thought like, oh, I'm so good at finding talent. I'm so good at developing. I can call great ball plays and stuff like that. And I think he underestimated how difficult roster building is, especially, by the way, in the December portal window. And two, I think how difficult it is to coach 18 to 22-year-olds instead of grown men. And so I do definitely believe that what he says, where he feels like this roster and this team and this coaching staff is in a different place than it was a year ago. At the same time, look, I mean, when you look at their transfer portal ratings, right, like they were middle of the pack. They flipped their roster once again, but they actually brought in a lot of young guys, a lot of high school recruits as well. So this is going to be a roster that's, 30 to 40% freshmen and sophomores, if not more than that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of manage all that stuff. But I think they're going to be much more prepared than they were last season. I don't think that Bill Belichick is underestimating college football anymore the way that maybe he did a year ago. I just don't know if that roster is going to be there for them to, like you said, flip it from 4-8 to 8-4, though. I think they'll be back competing at least for bowl eligibility.
Over with the national champions, the Indiana Hoosiers over in the Big Ten. We all know Mendoza is with the Las Vegas Raiders now. So you look at their quarterback, comes over from the Big 12 and TCU, Josh Hoover. Do you believe, after seeing what Cignetti was able to do with Mendoza, who at the time, when he came over from Cal, nobody was talking about him as being the number 1 overall draft pick. Can Josh Hoover, do you expect him to kind of keep that offense rolling, or are there going to be some growing pains?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I've followed Hoover since his days in high school at Rockwall Heath, not far from where I live. And, very talented player, obviously kind of pushed his way into the starting lineup at TCU and was a really, really productive player. And look, everybody kind of points to the turnover issues. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that TCU really couldn't run the ball at all. And he was asked to throw the ball 40 times per game. So, Kurt Cignetti kind of said it over the offseason. Josh Hoover's about to meet his 2 new best friends, which is a reliable running game and a reliable defense, which he hasn't had consistently during his time at TCU. But when you talk about this Indiana offense, there's a lot to like about it. Obviously, they've continued to run the ball at a high level. Bringing back Carter Smith, their star left guard, who was an All-American last year, is huge for this team. And receiving core wise, this group is going to be special. Of course, Nick Marsh coming in from Michigan State. Charlie Becker, by the way, would have been wide receiver 1 on a lot of teams last year. He was wide receiver 3 on the national champions. And so I think that this is a group that 100% is going to keep things moving. They will have to reckon with the loss of many of the defensive stars that kind of came with Kurt Cignetti from James Madison and led that group to the top. But offensively, I don't think they're going to miss much of a step.
Well, in the SEC, we're talking, and anytime you're talking about anybody in the SEC, you're probably talking about one of the better teams in college football, but specifically Ole Miss. You got Chambliss coming back, and last year I thought he looked really good to end the year last year. Overall, I thought it was a pretty good season for him, but he has his moments to where, it's kind of a roller coaster ride with him. But I did like how he finished the year. What are you expecting out of Chambliss going into this year? And Ole Miss as a whole, will they be able to get back to being one of the best teams in college football?
Yeah, it's funny. I got to talk to a lot of people around Trinidad Chambliss when I wrote a story about him back in October. And, I think that what I saw from him is he's had this talent the whole time. And I think that in the latter half of the season, he really understood that he could just play free and let his talent take him where it went. And you look during that run to the college football playoff semifinals, he was unbelievable, not just in those games, but specifically in the big moments, right? When they're going down the stretch against Georgia, when they're nearly coming back to win in the national semifinals. This was a huge moment for him. And it's massive for Ole Miss that he and Kawan Lacey at running back are both coming back. I think that Chambliss, honestly, you could make a really good case that he is the best returning quarterback in college football. Now, Arch Manning, Dante Moore, there are other guys who will have a case as well. But I think that when you talk about his dual threat ability, when you talk about his ability to go downfield, and also just his experience as a guy who's won a Division II national championship and led a team to the college football playoff semifinals, it's the whole package to me. Now, again, I have a lot of questions about the rest of that team and Pete Golding as a first-year head coach, but I think Chambliss is about as good as it gets at the quarterback position.
Shayan Jayaraja joining us here from CBS Sports. LSU, let's stay in the SEC. Lane Kiffin, polarizing. Who knows what other drama we're going to get out of there, but can he ultimately deliver what they're expecting, right, which is becoming a national title contender, delivering a national championship? Last year, they were 7-6. They turn over that roster. They turn over that program. What are you expecting out of Lane Kiffin here in year one?
Yeah, it's a great time to ask that question too. My colleague John Talty is actually releasing a book this fall on Lane Kiffin and sort of everything around him. But, when I look at this team, it's funny, right? When they went into the transfer portal, they spent more money than just about anybody in college football. They've got a $40+ million roster, according to reports. But Lane Kiffin has also tried to say, let's temper expectations a little bit. I don't think he's going to get that privilege, right? They have put so much money into this team. The quarterback position, obviously, with Sam Leavitt coming in, but especially the offensive line, adding some of the big time pieces that they did, including Jordan Seaton coming over from Colorado as a potential $3 million offensive lineman. They've invested on the defensive side of the ball. No, there is going to be no waiting around for LSU to compete at the highest level. And again, my big question about LSU with or without Lane, is I think that it's harder than ever to transfer in offensive lines. It helps when you get big time pieces like Seton, but are they going to be starting 3 or 4 transfers on the offensive line? Will that be enough with a quarterback in Sam Levitt who has dealt with injuries in the past? It's going to be a big question for them, but I think all the spotlight is going to be on them right from day one.
Jahan, you had mentioned Arch Manning earlier in the interview, and obviously last year Arch comes in maybe as the most polarizing name in all of college football. Everybody wants to see what Arch and the Longhorns are going to do, and it got off to a big time disappointing start to the season. But look, as the year went on, Arch got comfortable. He started to use his legs more. He started to be more of an accurate passer, and I think where he finished was light years away from how he started. What are you expecting from Arch now going into year 2? He's kind of introduced himself last year. I think some of the expectations have possibly gone down for him. It couldn't get any higher than they were going into last year. Are you expecting a more comfortable looking Arch Manning to start this season?
100% I am. And look, I think that there was a lot that had to do with Arch's inconsistency, especially in the first half of the year. I think that one, like you said, you can be prepared for the pressure, but nothing makes it real until it's real, right? And I think that for him, you saw in the second half of the year, he started to get a little more comfortable. I think that also, just frankly, I didn't feel like his coaching staff did a very good job of making the game easy for him. I think that they put a lot on his plate. And I think that heading into this upcoming season, there's going to be a little bit more clarity on what works for him and what doesn't. And look, when you look at some of it, stuff like his PFF grading charts and stuff like that, he was a little inconsistent when he was on the move, but he's a great runner. And so I think that they're going to try to lean on those two things, right? Keep the game in front of him, keep the game comfortable, but use his legs when it's appropriate for him. I think the other thing too is that you look in the second half of the year, he did such a good job of being a playmaker in those big moments. So, it's going to be less of a question of can he go downfield? Can he hit the big plays? He's got one of the best receiving corps in the country, by the way, with Cam Coleman coming in to join Ryan Wingo as potentially the best 1-2 punch in college football. But can he hit the singles at a higher level than he did last year? Especially look back to that Ohio State game. That was a huge issue for Texas as they were shut out through 3 quarters. I think he'll be much more prepared this year than he was last.
I know it's early. It's only the middle of July, and we still got a long ways to go until the end of August. But give me a team maybe you feel like nobody's talking enough about that you think could end up being one of the stories or teams that comes out of nowhere.
That's a good question. There's so many around college football that I think have a chance. I feel like every year BYU seems to be that team, 23-4 over the last 2 years, playing in the Big 12 title game last year. They have guys on defense who I think could be All-Americans at every level, defensive tackle, linebacker, and defensive back. And they've got a running back in LJ Martin, who I think should have been a finalist for the Doak Walker last year if people paid more attention to what BYU did. So, for them, it's going to be, can they get over that Texas Tech hump whenever they make a Big 12 title game? But I think that they're much better than they were last season, especially when you talk about the production that they bring back on the offensive line. So that's certainly a team I'm going to be keeping a close eye on. It's interesting to me right now too, because so much of college football right now is a little bit of luck of the draw when it comes to schedule. And, that's going to, I think, be a huge part of the equation as well. But a team that, again, their record might not improve as much just because their schedule is so hard is Kentucky. I love the hire of Will Stein coming over, offensive coordinator at Oregon. I think that he came in, identified a great quarterback in Kenny Minchie coming from Notre Dame. They also transferred, by the way, one of the best offensive lines in the transfer portal. We'll see how fast it comes together. But this is a team that I think is going to be a lot more exciting than they were from day one. Maybe they'll just be fighting for bowl eligibility, but I think that they're a team that maybe on a good day could give somebody a real scare.
Jahan, I'm here in Maryland, and where I work at 105.7 The Fan, we're the flagship station for the Terps. And look, it's tough talking Terps football really at any point because it's usually not a lot going on there. But look, Malik Washington, one of the young, bright quarterbacks in all of the nation. I thought he had a pretty solid freshman year. They keep a lot of their stars around. They bring in a couple of really, really top recruits this year. We know Loxley's seat is hot. will Loxley be able to make it past this year in your mind? Does he have enough talent to show the powers that be at Maryland that they can continue to build?
Yeah, it's funny. We just released our coach's hot seat rankings just this week, and every person gave him a 5 out of 5 in terms of the hottest seats, except for me. I gave him a 4. And the reason that I gave him a 4 is because I do really like that young talent that they've got right now, right? Malik Washington, like you said, I mean, it was him, Jaron Kiave, Sangapolutele, and Bear Bachmeier. Those were by far the 3 best freshman quarterbacks in college football last season. I'm really excited to see what he can do with another year. They bring in, like you mentioned, a number of really talented recruits, including in the trenches. Like, again, last year was a mess. They've obviously struggled after the month of September for years upon years, but I think that this is a roster that's heading in the right direction. Now, again, this is a year that I think they have to perform. It can't just be encouraging signs. It can't just be, hey, this individual guy flashed. They have to go out and win games. They have to have a winning record. They have to get back to a bowl game. They have to compete at least with some of the top teams in the Big Ten, even if they don't necessarily beat them. So again, I'm probably a little more optimistic about Mike Loxley than other people seem to be, but this is a big year for him. And I think that if they have another 4-8, that's probably it for him.
All right, now I'm curious. I know, obviously, hopefully people can go over to cbssports.com and read your article, but who else, I guess, is on the hot seat? Or give me one more name towards the top that is maybe in a bit of trouble entering the year.
Yeah, look, we have 3 guys on our list who were perfect 5.0s in terms of every single person rated them a 5 on the hot seat scale. That would be Baylor's Dave Aranda, Florida State's Mike Norvell, and Wisconsin's Luke Fickell, right? All 3 coaches who have won at a very high level. 2 of them have won conference championships at their schools. Of course, Luke Fickell led a team to the college football playoff in Cincinnati in 2021. So, like, very accomplished coaches, very talented coaches who are just frankly running out of time a little bit, right? I think that when you look, the situations are all a little different, right? I think for Baylor, right, they had their outstanding season in 2021 and have just never gotten back to that point. For Florida State, ever since they lost that game to Georgia in the Orange Bowl, the program has basically tanked since that point. For Luke Fickell, I think it's a little bit more interesting because, they have not invested at a high enough level, in my opinion, in NIL and player acquisition and retention. And they've tried to say, we are going to do that in 2026. And you're seeing some promising signs in 2027 recruiting. So I think that out of those 3, he's probably the one who has the best chance to turn things around. But 3 guys who, again, I think are coming into the year extremely hot. I would not be surprised if they're not back. But the one thing I'll say on that is that we had one coach only who was a perfect 5.0 last year. That was Louisiana Tech's Sonny Cumbie, and he won 8 games and was back. So not a death sentence. It's going to be a big year for all 3 of those guys.
Well, a name that I would imagine would probably be somewhere on that list is Matt Rule out in Nebraska, because Nebraska has yet to get back to where they were hoping to be once they hired Rule, and they bring in Dylan Raiola, and now Raiola's gone. And look, I'm actually fine with that. Raiola didn't look as good as you wanted him to with Matt Rule in that system, but to lose Raiola, and you also lose Emmett Johnson, who really was their primary source of any offense that they had last year. Where's Nebraska headed? Do you feel like better days are ahead for them?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think it's been a mixed bag. I need to double check exactly where his rating is, but I believe that I had him around a 3. And look, on our scale, like 3 means like you got to start doing something right. 4 means like you've really got to show us something, and 5 means win right now or you're fired, right? So I had him around a 3. I think there's been promising signs, right? I think they've recruited at a decent level. I think that they've developed pretty well. He's found some good staff members, I think. But like you said, I think that so much of their issues have been that they were not able to get the best out of Dylan Raiola or any quarterback who's been there the past couple of years. Now, they have, again, some encouraging signs, especially on the recruiting trail. Trey Taylor is kind of like the chief among that, a quarterback who is a top 5 player in the country. But this is also, I think, maybe going to be a bit of a rebuilding year for them, which is frustrating if you're a Nebraska fan. You didn't get to the culmination before you went into a potential rebuilding situation. So, for them, it's going to be get back to a bowl game, show some consistency, show that your floor is higher than it's been in the past. But no, I mean, I do think that it's fair for Nebraska fans to kind of look and be like, look, I don't think that Matt Rule is going to get fired in the next year, probably not in the next 2, but like, it's time for us to take that step like you did at Temple and at Baylor, and that just hasn't come as yet.
I feel like this has been the story for Nebraska fans for about 20 years or so. Shahan Jayaraja, CBS Sports, kind enough to join us on the show. And by the way, congratulations to you and the family. You were telling us as well. You guys are expecting another child here any day now, right? So best of luck and everything. Congratulations.
Nice.
Thank you so much. I told my wife this is the last interview that I'm going to take, and then we're going to hunker down and and try to focus in. So we're excited. But thank you guys so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks
Smart
for giving
man.
us the time. Absolutely. Good stuff there. Talking a little college football. Week 0 will be here before we know it, August 29th or so. We'll get to the start of the college football season. All right, up next, let's get back into the World Cup. We've got a third-place match going to start a little bit later on with France and England, and then we'll get to some of our thoughts on Argentina and Spain and that final tomorrow.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks for those of you hanging out with us here on Saturday. We're, an hour and a half or so away from the World Cup third place match getting underway with France and England down in Miami. And, of course, we're over 24 hours away from the final between Spain and Argentina. And don't forget, here on BetMGM Game Day, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out with you. We'll get to some best bets for the rest of the weekend in just a little bit. But look, the World Cup final is set. We get Argentina. We get Spain. We had a guest on earlier down in Miami discussing Messi, and I don't know how many different ways we can talk about what his legacy actually is going to be. But as he did say, if Messi gets to 2 World Cup finals and and wins 2 World Cups, goes back to back, then undisputed, I don't care what anybody says anymore, Messi becomes the greatest of all time. And I just wonder if Argentina can continue being this cardiac team late that is able to come up in the 80th minute or the 95th minute to actually figure out a way to get a win. But Messi, much like Tom Brady, much like Patrick Mahomes, etc., seems like whether it's him scoring the goal or him coming out with a big cross to Martinez, he's able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to come through for these guys in the clutch situations in a variety of ways, whether it's scoring, whether it's him getting an assist, controlling the ball, controlling the pace of the game. It just feels like, and look, that's what GOATs do, right? They find different ways to beat you. We know that he likes to be in the middle of the field, but against England, they had to move him outside, and he still found a way. And really, I think that England defense was kind of on life support the last 20 to 25 minutes of that game anyway. That back line and their goalie, they were fighting for their life. But I think if you're Spain coming into this game, the word has to be finish, because that's what all these other teams have been unable to do when they face this Argentina team, is finish. Like 80 minutes of quality soccer isn't enough against this team. We've seen it. You got to give 90 plus minutes of everything you got, especially in this game. So that's going to be the important thing to do. But if you're Argentina, the good thing is you're feeling good coming into this game. I know a lot of people aren't picking you to win, but at least you have shown to this point that you've been able to kind of defy the odds a little bit and win games in a variety of different ways. You'd like to play better. You'd like to get off to quicker starts. That's probably, the talking point for them is, hey, let's not take it to extras. Let's not wait until it's 5 minutes left in the game to kind of hit into overdrive, especially against this team. You don't have as much room for error. So I'm intrigued to see what happens. Can Argentina get off to a faster start? Can Spain put this team away that nobody else has been able to put away to this point?
Right. I do think it sounds so obvious. In any sport, right? Get out to an early lead, control the game, of course. But in this particular match tomorrow, given the history of what Argentina has done, it feels like on both ends you can make the case for Argentina. Don't fall behind, because you're probably not going to be able to come back. And I don't believe Spain will make the same mistakes that England made, for example, and some of these other countries made. But on the flip side, in a weird way, doesn't it kind of put pressure on Spain, though, to get out too early themselves, as much as we're saying Argentina needs to? Because on the flip side, and after all these matches where Argentina's been able to come back late, if Argentina, let's say, gets a 1-0 lead early, well, then what does that do? For once, Argentina's playing with a lead, and what does that do for them? Could they potentially just roll through? I mean, Spain is the better team heading in. I was so impressed with what they did to France. I thought France was going to win this whole thing, so maybe that's part of it. But it does feel difficult from a betting end, though. If we're looking at BetMGM, and if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can see the lower third there with the updated odds, where Argentina is plus 255. Now, remember, that's to win in 90 minutes. if you are just betting them to win, whether it's extra time or PKs, the odds are more like plus 125 plus 125, plus 130. It looks like the updated number. So that might be a safer way to cover yourself. You'd hate to lose on a bet that ends up going to PKs or something. But I think Argentina, when I know they have Messi, it's hard for me not to bet on them only because of the value. Like, I agree, Spain is the favorite for a reason, but I'm getting Tom Brady, I'm getting Patrick Mahomes, I'm getting Messi at plus 255 in a championship game. I feel like if I told you this was the Super Bowl and that was the odds, you'd say, oh, I just out of principle have to put money on one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, you got to when you get the chance to do it. The odds are kind of in your favor, even, and that's the thing with gambling. Like, sometimes you got to kind of take a bet that maybe you don't necessarily believe that it's going to happen, but sometimes the odds are just so good to where it's the most logical bet to take, because it's not impossible, right? I mean, Argentina can go out there and win, so it's not like it's a true David versus Goliath situation. But yeah, I do think that this is one of those times where the odds might push people to make certain bets. We've talked earlier. There are going to be people that are taking Argentina just because the odds are too good to turn down. But in reality, they might be telling their friends, like, yeah, I think Spain is going to win this game. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what the betting lines look like. If I do anything, it probably won't be until maybe like midday tomorrow that I put something in. But I am curious to see, how much the public does lean with the name and Messi over the complete team in Spain.
Yeah, then looking at the total for this game, goals over under 2.5. Our guest disagreed, I think, with both of us from earlier. I said I kind of liked the over in this game. I thought 2-1 was in play, for example. So 3 goals. The over's plus 125. The under's minus 157. And he was giving us the example of, in 2024 or 2022, I'm sorry, where, it was only, it was 3-3 and it goes to PKs and everything. I don't think we're getting 6 goals, but I also don't think this is 1-0. I just think Spain is going to be able to score, and I don't think Argentina is going to have a blank sheet in this one either.
Yeah, I do think goals will be scored. I think we both talked about it earlier that we could see this, see 3 goals scored in this game. So I'm looking at the over for sure. That's, if I'm betting it today, that's probably the one that I'm leaning towards going with. I just don't see a scenario where Argentina necessarily gets blanked. And I get it. Spain's only given up 1 goal the entire tournament, but I think Argentina will be able to come out. They know the task that's at hand, and they know what their strengths are. So I think they're going to try to play to their strengths. The first 10 to 20 minutes of this match are going to be very critical to see who can possess the ball, who can kind of impose their will. And who's just not chasing. I think if you're Argentina, you don't want Spain controlling the pace of this match. You don't want them controlling the ball and being able to take the ball away from Messi. Like, you need the ball on your front lines as much as you can. So I want to see what types. I think in the semifinal game, you got to see Spain kind of go into their bag of tricks a little bit and show how they can change their game plan over the course of the match. And that's how you got Messi to move outside. So I'm curious to see what they're playing, because against a team like Spain, option A might not work, so what's plan B? What's plan C? That's what I'm looking forward to seeing, is the adjustments that's made over the course of the match.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Up next, let's talk about the third place game that's about 90 minutes away in France and England, whether or not you're going to be locked into that, perhaps how to bet it, and some breaking news in Major League Baseball, a key injury for one of the teams in the National League Central.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Final segment for us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland with you here. Don't forget, you guys can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch as well and interact over there. We appreciate those of you that continue to hang with us on each and every Saturday during BetMGM Game Day. Also, you can call and text in at 310-840-4910. And we'll keep an eye on what's happening in the Open Championship. And if you are someone that wants to get some action in on the BetMGM app for the Open Championship, if you're a golf fan, you can grab a boost pack right now. You'll actually have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. You can activate one of your boost tokens for any the Open Championship bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins, from the opening tee shot to the final putt. Get closer to the action with BetMGM. And by the way, looking at the leaderboard, Sam Burns currently the leader at 10 under, got a 2-stroke lead right now over, let's see, Ryan Fox, 2 strokes back, and also that is Siwoo Kim at 8 under as well. So that's a look at the leaderboard currently over at the Open Championship. I do want to get to some breaking news in Major League Baseball before we briefly talk about a soccer game and the third place match that's going to start in about an hour and 15 minutes or so. According to Bob Nightingale, the Brewers' Brandon Woodruff is going to have shoulder surgery, that will have him out the rest of this 2026 season. Cordell, this is a Brewers team that's in first place in the National League Central. I know you were just a couple segments ago talking about, the Cardinals, maybe not to win the division. You were mentioning more just, hey, look out for them maybe to go on a bit of a run and maybe make it as a wild card. But this could change the makeup of the NL Central a little bit. We're talking about Brandon Woodruff, one of the better pitchers in baseball.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, and we're entering that time of year where pitching is going to be important. And look, the Brewers have real, World Series aspirations. I think they're in my opinion, easily the second best team in the American League. Maybe not easily. I'll put some respect on the Braves name as well. But the Brewers is probably my second best team in the National League. So to lose Woodruff, I mean, that's going to be a devastating blow. And this is a team, man, that Pat Murphy, God bless him, I think he's the best manager in baseball. And you look at how the Brewers are put together offensively, they put up runs without necessarily being a team that's living off the long ball. They don't put a lot of balls into the stands, but man, do they go station to station. They know how to steal bases. They have so many clutch at bats. And the Miz has been great, but you get into the playoffs, man, you need a solid 3 starters that you can, without a doubt, trust when you get in there. And you would imagine Woodruff would be one of those guys when he's healthy and at his best. But to lose him, without a doubt, is going to be a massive blow for the Brewers.
It's the same injury he had in 2023, unfortunately. I think they call it a capsule surgery, but it's the same injury as 2023. He's 33 years old. He's been pitching great this year, but now you start to just wonder, moving forward, if you're the Brewers, it's probably not is it a name you can count on beyond this season, given his age and given now a bit of the injury history, unfortunately. And I don't know what this does at a deadline for them, because you're right. I mean, they're a team that, if you look at the National League, certainly have a chance to go on a deep run, or did have a chance to go on a deep run. Is this enough to alter that? Is this an organization that's willing to go out and make a trade? The Brewers historically haven't been the team that's made the big splashy trade, given the market that they're in. They're still in one of the smaller markets in all of baseball. So I'll just be curious to see what it does. You can see, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, that right now, this is before, the markets haven't adjusted. If there is going to be much of an adjustment, the Brewers have the second best odds at 4-1 to win the National League, followed by the Braves, as you pointed out, them as well. So we'll be curious to see if this shifts the betting markets a little bit. Maybe not in the division. I think they positioned themselves in a good enough spot where I don't know if this now means you're going to be betting on somebody else to win the division. They got a 6-game lead on the Cubs, 8.5 on the Cardinals, and then 9.5 on the Pittsburgh Pirates. If you're a Cubs fan, you're saying, is there an opening here now? Does this alter it? But as you said, he's not their ace. That's Mizorowski. This is not Woodruff from 2023 when he was the guy in that rotation. So it's a blow, maybe more so to the World Series chances than it is to this divisional race.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think they have enough to kind of get by throughout the regular season, and luckily for them, this happens, before the deadline. So maybe this does kind of alter a little bit of their trade deadline plans. Maybe they're a little more aggressive going after pitcher. But look, their rotation should still be fairly fine. I mean, I'm not trying to discount the loss of Woodruff, but I think their rotation should still be up to par. But it wouldn't hurt to go add another arm now at this point to go along with that, because like you said, I think while they should still be able to stay in pole position in that division, and really the Cubs, all they do is punt at the deadline anyway. They're rarely one of the teams that are very aggressive at the deadline. So I don't think this is going to change their plans. But if you're Milwaukee, I think you start to think about, all right, what is our postseason rotation start to look like right now? Who's going to be in what types of roles? Because losing Woodruff leaves a real open space for them.
So big news there with the Brewers. Brandon Woodruff out for the year, shoulder surgery, same injury that he had in 2023. All right, back to World Cup. We've got a game that gets going here, 5 o'clock Eastern time with France and England. That game taking place down in Miami. France is the favorite at minus 121 currently on the money line. England plus 286. The over-under 3.5. We had a guest on earlier today that did expect this to be a little more wide open and a lot of scoring, and that's as high of a total as you're going to see in a World Cup match, sitting there at 3.5. And it's a third-place match, and I asked, our guest just about, how do you get up for a game like this other than just pride for your country? He even acknowledged, of course, both managers, coaches said that this was not where they wanted to be. But to your point earlier, I'm curious, what's the substitutions look like in this particular game? This is one, I don't know if I really want to bet it. I'm going to watch. It's going to be on in the background maybe, but the unknown of how many minutes we're going to see from some of these guys, and just ultimately the motivation that's going to come. Yeah, you want to finish the World Cup on a winning note, but Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham not starting for England. So what is that going to do for me if I'm looking to bet? There's a big reason why they're plus 286 on the money line.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably more of a live betting situation. If you if you did want to bet it, you kind of got to fill it out, see who's playing, what do these teams look like out there. I mean, I think it was definitely still, a really intriguing matchup. Like if this was the finals matchup, this would still be probably a really good game. So it does suck that it's for third place, because teams are going to go about their substitutions and things differently. As we're already seeing with the starting lineups. But I'm still expecting it to be an exciting game to a degree. Like if you're a U.S. Citizen and you're out there at that game and you don't get to see guys like Mbappe every day, so I do think there's still going to be a level of intrigue to see these guys. But how competitive will this game be? How bad do these teams want it? That's the thing that we're trying to figure out. It's a good amount of money on the line for both of these teams, though. So that's the one thing that I'm sure everybody wants.
Yeah, I believe I saw $29 million for the team for third place, and it's like 26 or 27 million for fourth place. So yeah, there's still a huge chunk of change for these soccer federations and these teams and players ultimately. But this is me, as someone that is not a diehard soccer guy at all, but I enjoy the World Cup. And maybe this would happen. We don't have a third place for the NFL. I mean, imagine if the loser of the AFC and NFC title game then played a game during the Pro Bowl week. I mean, that's what this would be. And I'm just trying to imagine, would the quarterbacks not play? Would they not start? Like Harry Kane and Bellingham not starting. I know they're not in the World Cup to finish in third, but I don't know. It's bizarre to me. Can someone explain to me why are they expected to play at all today? That's weird. You signed up for the World Cup. You of course aren't going to win the World Cup. You're going to maybe finish third, but your best players are just not playing. It's a preseason game now, or are they going to get subbed in the 60th minute, or what's the thought there? Someone out there that's a diehard soccer fan to explain that to me. That's hard for my mind to wrap around.
Yeah, I mean, when do they come in? I guess maybe if you get into, that 70th minute and, it's a tight game, maybe it's a tie game, maybe you bring your stars out, let them go out there and finish it. That would be the thing. I would hope that they pay off the fans though and allow them to be able to see some of these guys, see some of their favorite players that they don't get to see on a regular basis. At least the people are there in person, but even everybody that'll be watching on TV. I mean, viewership is still a business at the end of the day. I know that they're going to want to get eyes on this game, and I'd hope that we get to see these stars for at least a solid enough amount of time. If that means the back end of the game, the back third of the game, so be it. Maybe we get a really good finish.
Yeah, I don't know if it's. I mean, is it an injury thing? Is that what we're? I mean, truly, I honestly don't know the answer to this. Is it an injury thing? Is it a country pride thing? Because if it's injuries, that seems crazy to me. So you signed up to play only if it was a World Cup final match, I guess.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure guys are nursing something. I mean, you play sports long enough, you're always dealing with something, some sort of bump, bruise, some sort of soreness. So I'm sure for them, they probably feel like, all right, this, the third place isn't enough of a reason to go out there and send these guys out there to play 90 minutes or so. So I got no problem with that per se, but as long as it's not to the point to where nobody gets to see these guys at all, unless something, health related is really bothering them, that's a totally different story. But if they're healthy enough to play, I would hope that we can get them on the field in some way, shape, or form.
France, England, third place match today down in Miami, 5:00 Eastern time. And then again tomorrow, 3:00 on the East Coast, up in New York, New Jersey, even with some of the air quality issues from the unfortunate wildfires in Canada that have come down to the Northeast, impacting the air quality there. It should be good to go. Spain and Argentina, where Spain is a favorite at plus 126 right now. Argentina plus 255 as well. Going to be locked into that, and then it's all over. The World Cup comes to an end. It's been a fun 5 weeks or so, and then it is full go NFL training camp, and of course the second half of the baseball season as well. And maybe we'll get LeBron James' decision. What's your official prediction? My prediction for LeBron is going to be that he's going to the 76ers. We'll find out Monday afternoon.
I gotta hang on to hope, man. I gotta hang on to that hope that he returns to South Beach, takes his talents back to South Beach, and brings gets number 3 in that Heat jersey.
There you go. Cordell Woodland, thanks for filling in for Austin today. Appreciate it, man. Good stuff
thanks
here on another Saturday. Hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks to our crew behind the scenes as always. We'll talk to you next week here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is Westwood One Sports.